Get this together. What's up, people? What's up, KZ114? Donnell Doom is what it do. Nakia Harris. Good evening. Cicero, good evening. I ain't going, you know I'm here with people. Carolyn Hendricks, love mama, good evening, y'all. Wanda Smith, good evening. Y'all know who lady. But I'm finna switch it around. Miss Gladys, good evening. Miss Sherry Allen, good evening. Super producer, what it do? Just Oil Hair and Body Solutions, what it do?
Oh, are they giving? Oh, 30 days. It's a president. Right. It's a president. No, it's okay, you're right. No, they normally do it every day. Jimmy, how many presidents deaths have you exactly. They don't necessarily Kennedy, I was 4 years old when I did that. I remember watching his funeral. Gerald Ford.
My bad, family. I was putting the mic on.
Yep, it's me, 30 days. I told them 30 days. Yeah, that's what USA Today is saying.
It's always
It's
one of the lines in
the
the
wrong date. So, but those, they wrote a lot wrong date. Yep, in, on March 1st, 1954, Eisenhower issued a proclamation on the proper times. The flagship flag has after 30 days of all federal facilities, grounds, and naval vessels throughout the United States and its territories, and the possession after the death of President.
Just for residents, just a reminder, make sure all your cell phones are off or on vibrate. Same thing with council and city staff. Please make sure all of your cell phones are off or on vibrate. We will start shortly here. We're just having some technical difficulties.
How you doing, Mom?
I heard a little bit about y'all this morning, not a lot. Watch that video. He said, yeah, but if he has something, she said,
So everybody in November 21st. Or y'all in November 21st.
oh, this girl name was Shonda Johnson. They got in the race. She helped get seniors for the deal. Now she going to the other side. She's in the Pillars.
That's like the plan. That's the way you can get a money. So that's the new person.
The time is now 4:54 p.m. on Monday, January 13th. I call the Special Affairs Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Mr. Halloween.
Present.
Ms. Lewis is present. Ms. Priestley. Present. Ms. Winfrey Carter. Present.
She would have mind that she got me.
Ms. Burns. Present. Ms. Mashat. Present. Mr. Piper.
Right.
Mr. Jarrett is not here. You have 6 members present? We have 6 members present. It's now time for the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery, and disorderly persons.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
We are reading someone who's on the phone.
Thank you. Disorderly persons will be subject to arrest. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from meetings. Are there any requests for agenda changes and or additions? Seeing as how there are none, we will now move on to public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance of the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speaker or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only one speaking opportunity per speaker. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is R.L. Schubert.
Good evening, council. R.L. Mitchell. I live at 751. Man, must be my old age coming. I can't take more than 759 East Linden Avenue. In Flint. Okay. I want to talk about the situation over on St. John Street. I used to live over on St. John Street, and now, and we got a park building over there, and now the dope boys then claim they got to be 1,000 feet from the park. All I remember was the park, that was General Motors program, parking in cars. They never did park the cars. They always, when they built them, they just rolled out right out of school. Fairview. But I'm saying this to say, the dope boys, see, the dope boys got a way of, they tried to jump on Mr. Pike the other day. They did all that stuff, they legalized us, they programmed, but they didn't want to. Next time he bought the property, gave him the paper. He said, no, we don't think so. The doctors spoke up. But then he's cut it off. And then, but I want to say, I remember when I was over on St. John, the snow was about a foot deep. And the woman made some ice cream, but you got to speak the General Motors smoke off the top of it, some homemade ice cream. That was the Winter Wonderland place, like Harry Potter. Like what I said, when you can go down there and go all the way down to industrial, and then they make they run on, that was a black dynasty right there, but now they're trying to put the dope boys in there, got to make it all those billions of dollars. Bought it for $3 million in a 4 foot of acres, and And the people of Flint and doing all of this stuff out here because they promised them 100 years. And we had everything. We had a gas station, black owned, and I want to say donkey, but every time I say donkey, they think I'm talking. Or the president said. I mean, anyway, I'm so excited. So we've been business in this city, but what now? The people, the dope boys got to figure out a way to protect their dope situation. They give me these dudes. They act like the whole thing down area is protected by the dopies. Like Detroit boy coming in and introduced that funny guy Harold a long time ago. And they ran him out. And now the white man talking about we terrorists and trying to make the six boys like, and then he went to the media. They made his own stuff look bad, and because he can't get the, but he's the fighting chief, he do the best he can to make our fight as good as the people's on the outside of that. But stay tuned, America, and stay tuned.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Bill Schultz.
Thank you. I'm Phil Schultz, 14144 Moffett in Fenton, and also an apartment in downtown Flint. I come here every couple of years when there's a turnover in city council people to tell you about the best kept secret in town, and that's the Flint diaper bank. In 2012, my wife and I decided to start the Flint diaper bank. In the last 13 years, we provided 14 million diapers free of charge to the Flint community. Last year, in 2023, it was 1.2 million. This last year, in 2024, was 1.3. And literally tomorrow, we're dropping off another 400,000 diapers to the food bank of Eastern Michigan at a cost of $52,000. The important thing here is it costs the people that receive the diapers absolutely zero. Matter of fact, our company pays not one dime. We don't even pay for our bank account. We have the bank, the CPA, the legal firm, all costs. You give me 13 cents, I put a diaper on the street. The things that I found out about diapers that we think about and don't know about, to be a little graphic, is we know today that somebody's literally taking a diaper, pinning it to the clothesline, and either shaking out or drying it out because of diapers. There's not a federal or state subsidy that will help you with diapers. We provide 1.3 billion. The need in the city of Flint in the Genesee County community is 14 million a year. All we're doing is about 10% of that. Remember, we're not charging one dime. The problem with not having diapers is impetigo, disease, infection, and one thing that people don't talk about is what happens when a baby cries a lot. Head shake. There's a direct correlation between lack of diapers and head shake, and that obviously is a problem for kids. We're funded by private dollars, by grants, and by our fundraiser. My two partners in crime, which are basically the board members, are Angie Hendershot from Channel 12 and Cheryl Splatter from Elder Credit Foundation now. We're delivered through the Food Bank of Eastern Michigan at absolutely no charge. We can be reached through theflintdiaperbank.org or through Facebook. If somebody gets me a messenger through Facebook, of which I received two over the weekend, I get with that person and I line them up with somebody from the food bank that they can go to one of the 74 agencies in Genesee County to be able to receive the diapers. Actually, what they do is they go and they get this package of 25. And what they do is they tell us what size they need, whether it's newborn through 6, and then we provide them with as many as they need as we can until we run out. My wife and I started funding it. We funding it when we need to. If there's funds, we don't, but my wife and I are the backstop if they run out of funds. Right now, we haven't run out of funds because the grants personally get in and the fundraiser through our diaper drive, which will happen in the second week in May, has provided the funds so far that we can be ahead of the game. Normally, in 1 year, it's $152,000 in cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Rich Jones.
How y'all doing today? First thing I want to talk about is my version of pancakes. One of them is when you are in a particular circle and you attack an individual and then you fall out with a couple of people in that circle, and then you stand with the person that you was attacking for 2 years. Another pancake is when an elected official help you get signatures to get on the ballot, and then campaign for you, then you win an election, and you vote to suspend him, and you vote to take his presidency from him. That's just 2 examples of pancakes. Now, let's talk about St. Mark's. Do whatever y'all gotta do to immediately fund them. Just that simple. It's residents from the 1st Ward, 2nd Ward, 3rd Ward, 4th Ward, 5th Ward, and I don't know about the 6th Ward. Yes, some in the 7th Ward, and some is also in the 8th Ward, and I don't think, maybe the people in the 9th Ward may be going to the one that's a little bit closer. But all those other wards, because I'm one of the people that goes out there and pass out food, and they are there. Now let's talk about the message. And what I mean by that is, it's a lot of opportunity to do great things in this city. But instead of doing those great things, you hate on the message. And in the process, we lose homes, we lose lives. We get misrepresented. Now let's talk about Ray Rock. I will have petitions, and it's 20 signatures per petition. I need 200 people, including all of y'all. Even the ones that don't like me. Just if we can't stand each other, we can still stand together on something that needs to be done. Flint needs to make a statement when it comes to our kids getting shot in the back. So, I'm finna leave here today and pick up those petitions. And I'll be letting y'all know when y'all get a hold of me. And all I need y'all to do is pick up one. And everybody can sign. If they can comprehend, they can sign it. All they gotta do is be a citizen of Flint. Thank you.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy.
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs. I want to thank you, Leon, for having that trash picked up on Philadelphia Street and trying to get somebody to board that building up. They have not did it as of today. But it's important that we try to check on that third floor. There's a lot of things need to be done over there. There's 4 of us running, but nobody ever talks about what needs to be done. And that's so important. The people need to see somebody concerned about that third floor. That's very important. And I'm like Rich, I don't go along with what he say, but when it comes to St. Mark, we all need to help out. Pastor Thompson, been here for a long time. I've been knowing him ever since he was a kid. And they feed somebody every Wednesday, every other Wednesday, no matter what. What exactly for, I don't know, and I really don't care. But we should support that pastor and his church. So that's all I have to say. Have a nice day.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk. Mr. Jones, please stop yelling out.
The next speaker is Verdale Kennedy.
Dale Kennedy, 3218 Emerson Street, Manchester. gonna be, I guess, at some point sworn in to be a commissioner of the housing commission. So I was coming here today to introduce myself. I've been working with veterans in Genesee County since 2010. I won the American Legion Homeless Outreach Award in 2013. We had a facility at Insight Institute of Neuroscience and Neurology in 2014. Subsequently, had to close because of COVID. We're back open now, and we're servicing veterans in Genesee County. It is exciting to see that a lot of veterans that are present, past, and future have been, for lack of a better word, misrepresented in Genesee County. But I swear to you now that that is going to change. Being a person of valor myself, 13-year veteran in the United States Army, I want to ensure that if put in that position at the Housing Commission, I will make sure that our veterans will have representation as far as HUD badge vouchers in Genesee County. And I don't know if the council is aware of what a HUD badge voucher is. But that's a voucher that the veteran, if they're indigent, they have an opportunity to go to the HUD to get representation so that they can receive housing in the city of Michigan or in Genesee County that can be taken with them wherever they go. So, and it's through Section 8. So the important thing for me today is to introduce myself to the council and let you guys know that I'm going to be trying to represent whoever's sworn in. I know there may be some complications or whatever. The ladies that are going on right now may be happy. But I've been here since 2010. I'm a lifelong resident of Michigan, 13 in the military. And I'm excited to be in a position to be able to represent our city, our state, in a fashion that will give representation to the veterans of Genesee County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker for this meeting is Arthur Woodson.
Good evening, Dr. Woodson. I have an ordinance on here, housing ordinance. There's a lot of things in here that doesn't make sense. Like a felon, any conviction for violent or drug-related felonies. What if it was marijuana? A lot of marijuana. That excludes anyone from marijuana. Then conviction for felonies committed within the last 10 years or imprisonment for felonies within the last 5 years. That's a long time. I mean, 10 years. That's a long time. Some of the veterans didn't know this was on the agenda last week. And I spoke to someone like Janelle. He wants to be able to come over and speak on this and some other fellas. So we are asking that you send this back to the committee where it was, so that there was enough time to read over it and speak on it. I don't know if you all know, but kidney disease and cardiovascular disease is on the rise. And we are not doing anything about the chemicals that they are putting in the water. It is extra. So Detroit, Cleveland sends out 1 milligram per liter of orthophosphate. We were putting in 3 milligrams, adding 3 milligrams per liter of orthophosphate. They say Detroit didn't be able to lower it, but Flint is going to lower theirs also to still be able to put 4 milligrams per liter in. or 3.5, whichever one it is high. ATSDR, which is the Agency of Toxic Substance Disease Registry, they say that excessive organophosphate causes kidney failure, kidney disease, and cardiovascular disease. In the state of Michigan, it's at 3.1. Here in the city of Flint, it's at 8.4 of people with kidney disease. When did it start? It starts because of the phosphates that's in the water. Does the filter remove organophosphates? These are some of the questions that council should be calling CDC, MDHHS, everybody up here, because they started adding all these different chemicals in 2016. What is the health effect that we have now after 11 years with all these different chemicals being added to our water?
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
That was the last one.
Seeing as how that was the last public speaker, it is now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers, only after all public speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who would like the floor during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. Mr. Trudell Kennedy, I am glad to see you here, although I know you, through my sister, Sherry Harrison. And I actually have a business across the hall from mine when I started my business in the military, the 82 dealership. I appreciate you taking your time to speak. I hope, I don't know where you're at, I'll just start going through my agenda, that you're here so that people can see great things in this community. And you have a large footprint in this community. And having you come here to speak is important. And I appreciate you coming so that people can see, who you are and what you do. Is you do a lot of everything you do. And I appreciate you volunteering to serve on the board because it's not paid. Thank you. And Mr. Wilson, the kidney, the cancers, that's why your study of the cancer cluster study that you fought so hard for, because we're seeing all types of cancers. You're correct. You had 2 family members who passed away of breast cancers. And we cannot continue to say in this community that the water wasn't a part of it for the cause. We're now going on 11 years. Service lines are still not completely replaced. Restoration for an 11th-year, very sad anniversary. And then we wonder why people don't trust this community. For 18 months, this community drank water that was tan, brown, orange, rust, and they said it was okay. And now we're starting to see with the children the issues. We know that lead in the water, it affects their capacity to function even in school. And it causes ADHD. And we as a community, we should be doing more. We got to start coming together for those important issues, the kids, the seniors, the veterans, and the cancer. We have got to.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to have the floor during council response? Seeing as how there's no one else. Go ahead.
First, I would like to thank all of the residents for being here, those of you who have come up to the podium to speak. Thank you for being engaged in the process. I would like to also thank Mr. Kennedy for being here. Thank you for taking your time to volunteer, because I've always said that, and I don't know how many of the individuals on that housing commission are veterans, but I think it'd be refreshing to have a veteran to represent the veterans on that housing commission. So thank you. Mr. Rich Jones, I'm trying to figure out, I think your pancake analogy is interesting. I've never heard of it, but I'm gonna look more into that and try to figure out what it is that you're trying to convey. Mr. Woodson, yes, orthophosphates. I've done some research on orthophosphates, and they are, the phosphates in all of the phosphates are quite dangerous, but ortho is directly related to kidney disease, kidney failure, and cardiovascular disease. And I've done a lot of reading on it, and one day I'll be able to sit down and you can share that information and see what you have. I know that there has been a lot of kidney failure in the community. You know, a lot of people. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during council response? Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you.
The floor.
Thank you so much. So definitely would like to say again for the third time, Mr. Kennedy, thank you so much for coming out. Your resolution has been before us for several weeks. We've had your resume for several weeks. So we definitely had enough time to, for those that are not familiar with your work, get familiar with your work. And so every single person up here is familiar with your work, it appears. Like I said, because we have your credentials. You know, moreover, you know, it was really apparent when we all, what was the session when the colleagues voted to make sure that we put this on special affairs so you all can be on this agenda tonight. You all definitely have your hands full, and we're glad that you are willing to take on the charge, because we need to stop appointing individuals to boards just to fill a seat. We need to fill board with committed residents, and not just committed, also the most qualified and effective per our city charter. So again, thank you so much for coming out, and we definitely appreciate your time and your service.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Seeing as how there's no one else who wishes to speak during council response, I do want to point out to my colleagues that there are several people who are up for appointments this evening, and they are here with us. And so I would like us to take some time to acknowledge and hear from them. We have heard from Mr. Kennedy, but if when his time comes, he would like to speak again, that would be fantastic. Seeing as how there's no one else left to speak during council response, we will move on to the consent agenda. I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
I make a motion to approve the consent.
There's been a motion made to approve the consent agenda with changes, with separations, excuse me. It's been probably supported by the councilman in the first ward. Are there any separations? Seems how there are no separations.
Yes, Madam Chair, there are separations.
Go ahead, Councilwoman in the fifth ward.
Madam Chair, I would like to separate the ordinance 240426.1, fair chance access to rental housing.
Okay.
Also, I would like to separate the 25008, the appointment to the Curly Board of Hospital Managers, Mr. Jamil Carter.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
Thank you. Are there any more separations? Councilwoman in the sixth ward.
I'd like to separate
240430.1. Are there any more separations? Councilman in the eighth ward. Thank you. I was wondering if somebody's going to do that, since y'all stopped here. Are there any more separations? Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear Mr. Franklin. 4045.
Yep, 24, the very first one, 24055-T.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth ward. 25007. All right, we will separate 25007. Are there any more separations? Seeing as how there are no more separations, the consent agenda will have two resolutions going forward to council, and that is appointment 240522-T will move forward to council, and that is the appointment of Marcel Hussey, Flint Housing Commission Resident Commissioner, and that is appointment 240523-T, which is the appointment of Janelle Kennedy, Flint Housing Commission, so we will move that forward to council as well. I do want to just make really clear, if either or both of those people are in the audience, that means this is moving to council, and council meeting will be held directly after this. Madam Clerk, this is a roll call to accept the consent agenda.
Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shaq?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Mr. Harris is absent. Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Excuse me, the vote is 7 yes, 0 no, the consent agenda passes. Now moving on to resolutions, we're moving on to resolution 24055-T, which is the comprehensive plan update memorandum of understanding, the City of Flint Planning Commission. What is the pleasure of the body? Councilwoman in the fourth ward. There's been a motion to move resolution 240455-T to council. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there discussion? Councilman in the eighth ward, you have the floor.
I don't have much to say, but I don't want to be supporting this at this time, but I still, have, serious concern about, the amount of, or the appointments of the steering committee and, the mayor have basically full control of that body. So I don't want to support it.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to floor in the first round? Councilwoman in the sixth ward, you have the floor.
I want to concur with my, with the council in the ninth ward. The steering committee was not clear, but we did not have to voice. The steering committee, I believe, all the appointments were made by the mayor, I believe. But we give to our city attorney, Attorney Gurley. Is that true with the steering committee?
Attorney Gurley. Anything? Please pause our time.
Okay, so your question?
Yep, can we pause the time? I would ask that no one yell out. Thank you. Go ahead, attorney.
Is the question related to who will direct the steering committee?
Correct.
I think I may have to defer to.
I see Emily is.
Yeah.
Emily, will you join us at the podium, please? Oh, your question is, has the answer to it.
Emily dash down. And Attorney Gurley, welcome.
Thank you.
This is your first day, which is our city attorney.
Hi, good evening, council. So the steering committee is for the comprehensive plan update, and we actually put it out for people to apply. And we had done 9 outreach sessions. Actually, I did them personally in June, one in all 9 wards. We then have conducted 14 community meetings, 7 at the public library and 7 at Hasselbrink. And collectively between these 21 meetings, we've had about 520 different people participate. We asked all 520 who was interested in the steering committee. We have gotten about, I think, 22 applications. So not knocking down the door, but those were applications. We looked at them. We tried to make sure we have one representative from all the wards.
Who is appointing the person to monitor?
So they had to apply.
Okay, so who's the person?
The sixth ward person, I can pull it up. And it was, like I said, we've been just soliciting for people. So, because it does require them to volunteer and participate in planning conversations.
And I've been to the meetings during my sort of
the other one.
Sorry, I know your time is, I didn't have it pulled up because,
No,
again,
no.
we do have a ward, I think that we are waiting, we've been trying to convince someone from Ward 3, who was a planner for the county but lives in Ward 3. So I think other than that, we do have representation from the other 8 wards.
So if you have a person, say my board had 5 people, who makes the decision if more than one person applies? Okay.
Well, at this point, because it's a 21-member body, I think basically,
We have 22 applicants.
correct, and so we, at this point, did check, I think, I'll say that if you look at the MOU in front of you, it does require that 90% of them are city residents, and so we did have a few people who were not city residents, so I think we did have some conversations with each of them, and we actually had one who said, okay, don't want to commit that much time, so it wasn't a thing that we denied anybody at this point.
So who's my person? Oh, you got 5.
Yeah, internet is not very good in this room, sorry, I'm working on it, I put my hotspot on, so it's just not pulling up. So,
And I know you have not been in this, I mean, and it's important. I think that the process is flawed with people, because they're representing the 6th ward. I would like to have had for myself to have something to do with picking on the person. How did you come with how to pick the process?
We emulated the way that it was done 10 years ago, actually 12 years ago, and so 12 years ago, it was an application process.
Are we in emergency management here?
It started in 2010 before emergency management, so I know that that's when the process, the comprehensive plan update, or comprehensive plan process for Med and Flint started in 2010. So I think that's when the steering committee, and that was an application people had to apply. Because it is a pretty sizable commitment of time. One thing I would like to say, if any of you are looking to appoint people, we are having an abysmal response from either people who have not been appointed from boards, or people who you have appointed for our community-wide advisory committees. So I would love all 9 of you to please help me to get better participation representing all 9 of your wards, and that is something that all 9 of you appoint, because that body has been abysmal when it comes to response for feedback on
My client is on the subject of finding the person.
I will send it to you. It's just not-
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Councilwoman in the second ward?
Thank you. So just want to be clear. So this board that you're referring to, these are individuals that volunteered their services. Okay, so it was a self-selection.
Yes.
Okay.
They fill out an application, which we have solicited again to over 500 residents in all 9 wards. So, for the steering committee, community-wide advisory committee is one that we've asked all 9 of you to appoint.
Okay, so do you know off the top of your head, how many people that we have on the citywide advisory committee?
There are 11, one from each ward that is appointed by the city council, and then 2 that are appointed by the administration. And those 2 don't participate either. So I'm bad, 0 for 11, really, with the citywide advisory committee. So I would love to get better people.
Okay, so you don't have any more.
Well, we have some people, they just don't show up, and then other wards, we just don't have anybody, so.
So in other words, you don't have any more. That's what I just heard. Okay, thank you.
And those that just, the CDBG, home, ESG, those applications are reviewed by those people. So if you were curious as to why they are important, it's a lot of time in like April, like 12 to 15 hours, but really helpful for us to identify where those funds can be most helpful to the community.
All right, thank you, because I know that we not only have that board, but we have the Human Relations Commission. We have several other committees that we must fill with our residents. And so I know I don't want to add anything else to our plate. You know, sometimes, you know, when council members get involved and some of the picking, they kind of convoluted. We want to make sure again that we are selecting the most qualified and effective individual per the city charter, because that's located right in the intro of the city council requirement for our charter. And you know, when seeing that we had an appointee from this body assault a senior citizen with an object, we want to make sure that we're not going to appoint individuals that are doing that. And so, definitely thank you so much. And I'm going to make sure that my appointment for the citywide advisory committee goes forward. And as well as, I would like, when you select the second ward person, I definitely would like to meet them after you select them and also work with them just so we can see who's on our second ward team. So thank you so much.
I'll make sure all of you know who the person that has applied for your ward. I will make sure all of you know that as soon as I can get the table low. I apologize. I'll make sure each of you know.
Now, for the record, I'm here to apply. I just want to know who you all select, so I'll know who I'm going to work with. All right, thank you.
Ariel, that is your first warning. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
So Emily, I know how difficult it is to get people to be interested in serving on the board. I'm sorry that my appointee, CWAG, has decided not to be reappointed. And I am actively looking for a replacement for her as well as several other boards. Because of the difficulty in getting people willing to volunteer to do things for the city, this is community service. For those people who are working, it looks good on your resume, that you are involved with your community, it looks good for any future appointments to be involved, and you are helping your city be a better place to live. The city can't operate without volunteers as well as the employees. So I would say that if anybody is interested in any board, contact your councilperson. If you don't know who your councilperson is, reach out to our office. Because we're all desperate for volunteers. And I don't know who's applied for the board, or do you have somebody, or you don't know off the top of your head?
Well, I think the only board that we didn't have someone for is the third ward. And admittedly, sadly, we did have an application for steering committee from the former third ward councilperson. So there was definitely interest there, but there's not been, so we've been trying to beg people to that different third ward residents that we know of. So anyone who's listening, if you are interested in being a steering committee member for the comprehensive plan update process, from the third ward especially, that's the one I know we don't have.
Yeah, I believe that there's several openings for that as well, for other boards. So it's important that be willing to volunteer your time. I know that some people don't want to volunteer, they want to get paid. Well, unfortunately, they are volunteers. But it's important you learn so much about your community, and hopefully that will get you more involved than you going to be a person.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the first round of discussion, I will take my time. I do understand how difficult it is to find people to volunteer for boards and to do all this. What I don't want us to do is hold up the memorandum of understanding simply because of a process that was put in place maybe 10 or so years ago. I believe, Ms. Stewart, you said that there were 22 spots open, and 21 spots open, you had 22 people apply. A good cross section of the city minus the third ward. What I want us to do is to be able to move forward with things. I think that you giving us the list of people that will be chosen, everybody's going to be chosen at this point. There were only 21 spots available and 22 people applied. So just share with us those who did apply. And so by default, we're automatically chosen because all the spots were applied for. I think that should suffice in us not holding up something that we desperately need to get done. That seems to be a theme around here, is that we are behind on a lot of things, and I want us to do better at playing catch up in 2025 and maybe even get ahead of the curve on some of these things. There's a lot of things that's happening that's coming to us in committees and on special affairs, and even by the time they get to council, are things that we are already behind the curve on. So I would ask my colleagues to, consider going ahead and moving forward with this, knowing that this process has been in place, and this is not a new process. This is not someone trying to circumvent us or move beyond any authority we think we are owed in this situation. And I do want to move on to the second round. I'm going to yield the rest of my time. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
We are absolutely circumventing us, we don't have a choice. And so we don't have a choice, and that means it is circumventing us. I like to choose who's, serving in my ward. I like that's important to me. And if we know that it was around emergency management, we never repealed any of the emergency management ordinances. And so we know that we have got some work to do. I don't want my choices taken away. I'm not satisfied, but not say that, I think you did a great job anyway. I'm not saying that. It's like, I don't want my choices taken away. I know you don't want yours, but with your job. And, this goes with the master plan. Is that correct, or the master plan? Or how?
The Vision for the Comprehensive Plan, correct.
So this is huge. This is something that we should not be taking lightly. It's huge. What is Flint going to look like? We have a $55 billion project coming into the county. We've got Ashland Capital on the Buick City. So this is how this steering committee, their opinions, their thoughts, their ideas are important. And I want my boys to have someone who understands economic development, understands that our community is going to change. How do we take care of those who are here and then grow with the influx of people that we're more than likely going to have with these 10,000 jobs that are coming in here? So how do we create the balance? I don't want someone just because they applied and that's all they got. I don't want that. I will get you some names, and these people don't have to come to the board. I have a retired pharmacist who worked at Flint for 35 years. She would be great. She was at the meeting. And so I will have Karen Keith to apply or to your office. I don't want just anybody. Because most often is our community is in the process of being gentrified. I want to make sure we take care of those who are here, the least of these. And so progress is great, but I want someone who can see the entire picture. I remember seeing in Chicago when I saw homes being built for $400,000 and they removed people out of the community. Those homes are now worth over $2 million. And so as our community changes, I'm going to make sure as we grow, we beautify, we have new industries, economic development, that we make sure we have a community that is inclusive of all of its people. Inclusiveness is extremely important to me. And so I'm going to pick my own person. So I will send Karen to you. And if we got any extra ones, I'll, let them know.
You can forward the one-page application that was sent to all of you on August 26th. It was attached to that email. Please forward that application to them.
August 26th. Yep. And so I will pull that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion? Councilman in the 8th Ward.
So just to be clear, Emily, not all 21 would be residents that apply, right? So there's a whole other category of folks that will be appointed to the steering committee. It's not just 20, like it's 21 total, but it's 2 from the planning commission. It's the city council president. It's the mayor. All of those are part of the 21, correct?
That is correct. If you look at in the MOU, again, 90% have to be Flint residents. That was very clear. But then we, however, will be very specific to make sure there's one at least from every ward. That's imperative. So if you do that math, exactly what you were saying, Councilman, so there are 9 from each ward, and then there are some other slots that are declared in the MOU. You can start to see, again, how it will be made up.
So it's possible that there may be only one person of the 21 that would be representing, meaning if there's one from the 8th ward from the that may be the only person on the 21 that would be able to
Optimally, if you do the math, I would like to have at least 2 from each ward. And so looking at that, we've not had the planning commission, has not said who their 2 would be. So I think that would be great, since a lot of the planning commissioners are very involved with this. We can kind of say, okay, we've got 1 from each ward. We've got already 3 actually from Ward 1 and 1 from Ward 3, so can we get the 3rd Ward Planning Commissioner to be both a second person from Ward 3 and the Planning Commissioner? So I would optimally like to have at least 2 from each ward. The 21 number allows for that, but again, we need participation. We need, I don't know how else to stress this, we need participation. We have gotten a lot of participation, but that also, these conversations are just gonna get deeper and deeper in the weeds, and they're gonna be longer 2-3 hour conversations that we need people to show up and be super excited about planning. So, that takes a special person.
And so, given the makeup of, it's a possibility that there's no language in this MOU that literally states that there has to be 1 from each ward. And given how the mayor treats certain people in different wards, until it is laid out specifically that each ward will be represented appropriately and evenly.
Oh, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second? Councilwoman in the 5th ward.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Emily. I do want to say I was not able to make any of the meetings, but I did look at a couple of the PowerPoints that you sent us. And as far as this memorandum of understanding, going through this, I think it needs some work. And I don't know if we want to keep this in committee or just, I'm not going to support it the way that it is right now. So I don't know what the best route to go as far as what we need to do. But my vote will be a no as far as moving into council. And I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 2nd ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. So Emily, did I hear you say that the application was available in August?
I did send an email to all 9 of you on August 26th saying, please share this for people to apply to join the steering committee. And so I just wanted you to know that where you can find the application. It is a 1-page document that was attached, so you can share it with people. And we are more than welcome to have more people apply. I think that's great. So honestly, please, all 9 of you can have people apply who have not applied. We want participation. That is, at the end of the day, the most important thing. And not participation 1 time. We need participation 10 to 15 times in the next 6 to 12 months. So find your best committed person and please send them my way.
All right, thank you for that. And I just also want to state this on the record as well. You know, just like Councilman Ward said, it's difficult getting people that want to actively participate. So we're not talking about someone that's willing to put their name on the roll call and they never show up. We're having a hard time getting people that's actively going to show up and do the work. And so, if the 2nd ward has not applied for the spot, and then you're telling us that we can, at this point, that we can also submit names to be considered. If I can't fill that spot, then, again, I don't have a problem with the at-large process. One thing I don't want to do, I don't want to, overstep, because we have a lot on our plates. And so I heard my colleagues say that they will be picking the person from their ward. You know, one thing that we must do, we must make sure that we are operating in our own lane. And, as we talk about, picking the person to represent their ward, my colleague in the 6th ward, her appointee for that accountability board was, one of the ones that assaulted the board.
Absolutely.
She is not germane, is she's shooting shot.
So what I will say is, it is germane to the point, however, please refrain from calling out your colleagues. Please refrain from calling out your colleagues, because you are germane with your point. Just figure out a better way to make your point, but you are diminished.
Okay, thank you. So, is it proper, Madam Chair, to say the 6 ward people that's accountable board?
Point of order,
What's your point?
she cannot speak to the motives.
There we
So
go.
She needs to learn that.
All right, so hold on, my ruling is that she's not speaking to motives, it's actually something that occurred. What I will ask you to refrain from doing is making mention of your colleague in a way. If you want to talk about the incident that occurred with the Ethics and Accountability Board, because this is germane to proving why we need to pick people, you can do that, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am, in the Councilman in the board.
You know what? I would say that this is not germane. It's not germane to the resolution that's on the table right now. We're not talking about appointments, we're talking about the memorandum of understanding.
So I do want to, and to your point, Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, everyone up here has talked about how they want to appoint their own person and why, when that was not germane to what the memorandum was doing. I would like to finish my ruling. The point is, the door was open and no one stopped anyone else when they talked about how they'd like to appoint or pick their own person. Her point is toward us having a process in which we are not the ones appointing and people have applied. Therefore, I do feel like her point is germane because it talks about the process in which these people are being picked, which means we are not the ones appointing. So go ahead. What is your point?
She's talking about an action that is now in court. That is not germane. We're talking about, are we selecting for this board and this process, not a prior board. And so it's not germane at all.
So again, it is germane because we're talking about the fact that the council has to be the one to select. And that person was selected by the council, and she is making the argument of why it is okay for someone outside of the council to select in this instance. She is germane, continue.
I knew that was gonna happen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so that is absolutely my point as you just so succinctly wrap that up. So we want to make sure that, as we hear colleagues say what they will do, I want to make sure that we will be in order in terms of, these selections. So if people have applied, you're saying that you're going to graciously open up the window so some more people can apply, we appreciate that. But we wanted to make sure that we have an understanding that, when we continue to stress that I want to appoint my person, we're also responsible for our appointments. And so, unfortunately, we have an appointment that have assaulted someone, and we just want to make sure, I know coming from the second ward seat, want to make sure that we don't appoint anyone else.
Please pause the time. What is your point, Councilwoman in the 6th Ward? What rule has been broken?
Y'all started with this. One, she's speaking to the voters, 43.21. And then two, she's not being germane. That would be an example of if I said the second ward person wanted to attack people and was calling me out her name, the people selected her. We're not on that. She needs to speak to this board specifically. Nothing else. Nothing else. We could say what we didn't like about her. We're bringing this election, selected by the people. Stick to this. Let's not get in the mud. Let's move on. That's right.
I thought they was all cool.
Please continue, 2nd Ward.
Thank you. So we just witnessed our council person take many privilege advantage of using this motion for things that's not supposed to be on order. But again, we want to make sure that we are selecting the best people, so I appreciate your process.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during the second round of discussion? Seems how there's no one else who wishes to speak during the second round of discussion, I will take my time. I do want to be very clear that this, and this is for public record for everyone, that we've had 5 months to send this application out, to give it to people that we feel might be best so that they can be selected in this process. This is not the first time that we're hearing about an opportunity for us to give this invitation to residents to apply. Again, this was sent to us in August, so that was 5 months ago. This is not the first time that this comprehensive plan update has been on any council agenda, so we have had an opportunity to read over this memorandum of understanding, know what it is, what it says. So this special affairs meeting is not the first time that we're looking at this. This is by no means a surprise. I do understand, my colleagues' concerns about making sure that, there's at least one person from every ward, that there is a voice there. I am in agreement with that, but I want us to be very clear that this process, Emily, how many meetings did you say that you held in the community?
We did 9 in each ward, in June, and then we did, 7 at the public library in July and August, and then another 7 at Hasselbrain in, September and October. I am sending all of you, actually, we have an updated MOU, and just so you know, there was feedback given, and so I actually have a document that's an updated version that adds language specifying that at least one member from each ward will be appointed with the goal of having equal representation. And then there's 2 other items, removing the word permanent from the position, and then another one clarifying the, some language, and this was actually pulled from something that you all asked for, and I thought my staff had sent this in. So we have an updated version, it's been presented to Planning Commission in November, so I'm sending it all to you now. There is an updated version of that language, because that was a request you made. My staff did it, and I don't know if it, just given everything that was happening in November and December, I think it just didn't get put into final version to send to our clerk, so my fault. So I'm sending that to you all now, there is an updated version.
All right, and so I just want to be clear, you went to every ward, we had several meetings, so this was very inclusive. I did use a word that my colleague did echo earlier. I want to take back the word circumvent, because clearly there were no efforts to circumvent us, because we were all included. Most of us who were able to attend the meetings in the community did attend those meetings, and again, we did get something in August that gave us an opportunity to send the application out to residents that we would like to have them sent out to. Given this new information of the fact that there was some updates made that was requested prior to this, it was not given to us, I will entertain a motion, a substitute motion from the council. Councilwoman in the fourth
Make
ward.
motion to postpone indefinitely.
Make a motion to postpone it indefinitely.
There is a motion to postpone indefinitely from the councilwoman in the fourth ward, and it was supported by the councilman in the eighth ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Whitby Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jared is absent. Mr. Allen. Vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. This has been postponed indefinitely. Madam Clerk, thank you. Madam Clerk, you will get that new memorandum of understanding to us so that we can look at it, and I'm assuming that the administration will send that back up to the proper channels in the proper committee again. Thank you. Moving on to appointment 25007-T, which is the appointment to the Hurley Board of Hospital Managers, Dr. Khalid M. Ahmed.
Madam Chair, make a motion to send it.
There's been a motion to send this to council made by the councilwoman in the fourth ward. Is there support? There's been support by the councilman in the first ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the sixth ward.
is the doctor here?
He is not here.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any more discussion in the first round?
I separated. Okay.
All right, is there any more discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? Seeing as how there's no discussion, this is the vote to send appointment 25007-T to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Whitby Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jared is absent. Mr. Allen.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That appointment moves to council. Moving on to appointment 25008-T, which is the appointment to the Curly Board of Hospital Managers, Jalil Carter. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
Move to council.
It's been motioned to move to council as support, supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fifth ward, I heard you first.
I would like to bring Mr. Carter up to.
He is here. Mr. Carter, will you join us at the lectern?
And Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, I understand you, would like to serve on the Curly Board of Hospital Managers. I just want to ask, why do you want to serve on that board, and what will you, bring to that board?
Thank you for your question. One of the reasons I would like to serve on that board is because I've been, for the past 3 years, attending board meetings and getting involved in issues that the regular everyday citizen doesn't get to hear about in the community. And I've been trying to help bring solutions that will help better balance the difference between how the Hurley Hospital is ran and is dealing with its citizens who come for help versus how the citizens who come for aid and assistance understand what the process is and what's going on. So that's one of the reasons I had wanted to do this a few years back, and there was a lot of resistance from people high up. So now that the high up people see that it's a need, now I guess the door is open.
I don't understand. The people that's higher up, who are you referring to?
The people who on the board that has a lot of pull.
Okay. What are some of the issues?
Some of the issues are the lack of patient advocacy. Some of the people you come in to emergency, and you don't understand the process, and you're in pain, and you're sitting out in the emergency room for 10 hours waiting to be seen, and you're agitated, you're upset, no one is explaining the process to you, no one is giving you an understanding of how it works, so you become so frustrated that you begin to act out, and then instead of dealing with the understanding of the patient, you go straight to security, putting them out and not giving them any treatment at all. And I'm saying you need to do a better job than hiring patient advocates that recognize and understand the type of patient that is coming into your hospital.
So you would be one on that board that would make sure that that's happening, that that's in place.
That's one of the issues I want to push and have the board manifest for the city of Flint, and the residents who come into the hospital.
Okay. And you said that you've been attending Curly board meetings.
Yeah, but I've been involved. Yeah, I started because of the John Fleming case, and then I went for like 9 months, and after his case, there was a young lady named Kiera, 25, who died in the waiting room. So I went to advocate for her case, and from there, I seen a need for them to have balance on the board, where someone from the community with direct access to people in the community can give you an understanding of how to help the community better.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Carter, for coming forward. I'll yield my time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the first ward.
Brother Jalil, can I just come back up? Can you just tell us a little bit about what you currently do now in your profession? I'm a little bit nervous on the work you do with some of the elders in the community, but if you could just kind of speak a little bit about some of the work you currently do now in the community.
So some of the work I do, as you know, I'm the director for the Peacekeepers Global Initiative, and I do conflict mediation training and certification for it, and we deal with a lot of youth and different people who have issues that can't seem to be resolved between one another, so we try to step in and help resolve it. As a profession, I'm a licensed builder and a licensed electrician, and I go to a lot of people's houses throughout the city of Flint. Judges, police officers, some of the council, a lot of people's houses. And so I get to learn and hear about things and Hurley that tends to bother me, but I think it's a solution for it. So one of the things I know we've done lately is we try to push for the understanding of patients knowing the difference and when they sign the form for release to be allowed to be seen, that they understand fine print and then what they're signing so that when they're not signing their life away, a patient advocate would be good to help them understand that, because the average person coming in is not going to read all that information. They just trying to hurry up and be seen, so they just going to sign it and hand it back.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to point out to my colleagues, and I understand that this is good for the community to hear so that they understand who would like to be appointed to boards, but we do also have Mr. Carter's resume, Councilman in the 8th Ward. You have the floor.
Reviewing your resume and realizing how important the board of the hospital managers for early is. And I thank you for your community engagement, but I don't see anything on your resume that would, in my opinion, qualify you for being on the board of managers. So I'm going to go on to
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Councilwoman in the second ward, you have the floor.
All right, so here my colleague said that your resume doesn't reflect any, I guess, it's not fixed. And I saw that you would come to the lecture, so please speak.
Yeah, the qualification is being a human being in the city of Flint with care and concern for how people are handled and treated in a city hospital is the qualification. The heart, having a heart for the people is the qualification. I don't need to be a doctor. I don't need to be a nurse. I don't need to understand 15-letter terminology and words for medical. I just need to understand people, how they understand life, how they move and do things, and how we can help improve the quality of their lives while they're dealing with a hospital visit at Hurley. So if you needed me to have a master's in nursing or a BA in something dealing with a hospital, then you're right. But having a heart for the people and being willing to step up and give them some form of advocacy to be better treated, I'm qualified. And anyone in this room who steps up and try to help anybody that's a good is qualified for what they're doing. They don't need approval from somebody else to tell them if they're qualified. The qualification is doing the work, and it speaks for itself.
I appreciate that, Mr. Carter. And, you know, according to our charter, we are commissioned to select, qualified and effective individuals. And, and that's what we must do as a council. And just looking at your resume, a few things to stand out. One, you have a degree. You definitely have a degree. And next, you are certified in conflict mediation training. That's very important in your own words. And the fact that you have to work with a conglomerate of organizations in this community, ranging down, from the peacekeepers to the prosecutor's office, and then the fact that you've been attending these early meetings. So you're not just someone who's just decided to be on the board, you can put it into work as an advocate. And then now you're able to use that advocacy to actually have a voice. And a voice is what we do need on that board. So I would definitely be remiss to say that you're not qualified. But the fact that you are a resident, as you stated, you have interest as well as skill that could be added to any multi-member body that said that you're beyond qualified. You know, and it's amazing though to hear that you're not even qualified. You know, when we look at, you know, we're currently without a third ward council person. And again, we're commissioned to select the most qualified, effective individual for that too. But I have yet to hear that about the other, you know, candidates that have applied as far as not being qualified. So I'm sorry that the qualification clause applies to you and no one else. But however, you have stated in the work you're doing, we see the work that you're doing, and that's just that. So I definitely support this. I support it. Why? Because we need individuals that are serious on these boards. We don't need people that want their name on, like I said before, someone's roll call. We don't want someone appointing a friend. We need someone that's serious about the work in this community. And when we begin to fill these boards with people that are serious in this community, I got a feeling we can affect some serious change. So seeing that you're serious about your community, and you were serious enough to come down here and to have a dialogue with council about your appointment, and you are stating on the record your qualifications that are beyond what we call for, exceeding what we're called for, I'll be remiss to hold up your appointment. This isn't personal. This is for the betterment of the residents of the city of Flint. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Councilwoman in the fourth ward. You might as well just stand there for a second.
I want to thank you very much for coming before us, because there's so many times we have appointees, especially for the early board of managers, that do not show up here. And that we are given a resume and that is it. So I want to thank you very much for taking the time. That shows your interest in being appointed to this board. I have a question. I'm looking at your resume. Are you self-employed?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know how to do budgets. You know how to follow through budgets. Hurley's budget process is a lot higher than what we do for our individual businesses. I own my own business as well. So I understand. And the fact that you've been so active in other activities, and that you have received awards. You have received an honor award for contribution to the city of Flint. You know, congratulations on that. That was not an easy award. I'm assuming that you did it for the great works that you've done to the city. Now, I don't think that it's good for the early board managers to be all high-level people. I think they need members of the community who are of the people. Not all doctors, not all physicians, not all business leaders, that they need people like you and I to serve on that board to bring it down to humanity levels. And so I'm going to vote for your appointment, and I wish you good luck on the board.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman.
Thank you. Good evening. You were very careful in the issue that happened at Hurley with the person in the waiting room. And that was an issue for me, but understanding how busy Hurley is. My other issue is that this did not go through committee first, and that it came straight to special affairs. And I'm not going to support it now, because I want to have a conversation with you. And you and I have had some real points of contentions over the years, some very bad ones, and some things that are very controversial. And I would like to have a private conversation with you, because it's important. I'm not going to say all the work that you have done. I've seen you do some good things, like speaking up for, in the emergency room. There's some other things You and I had it out right here in front of the door, and it was not good. For you work for me, and the respect for women was a problem for me. But I will, I'm open. We've had some very few conversations, but I would like to have another conversation. I wish this would have been a committee, then I would have reached out and have a conversation with you.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Does the councilman understand that this is a committee?
Thank you. Continue, Councilwoman Burns.
So, because, I agree. I wanted to be in a government house with the other ones. I don't owe her any explanation. And if she keeps taking me off, I'm gonna say everything that I was gonna say right. So she needs to stop. Don't tempt me. And every time she does this, when I have the floor.
Point of order.
Please pause our time. What is your point of order?
She's not being dramatic.
What rule has been broken?
She's breaking the rule that states that she won't be germane. She's talking about me, and she stated that, again, let's be clear, a request for information is a request for information. A request for information is when you are informing a colleague about some information to help them with their next vote. This is the next vote. She stated numerous times on this record that this has not went to a committee. And then I utilize that request for information so she can understand that this is a committee. Special Affairs is a committee. And so that's what I did. And so she began to proceed and talk about me interrupting her, and she's gonna say what she's gonna say, etc. So that is why I wanted to be real clear that what I did was in full order. It was so to help us understand, because knowing this is a committee, this could move this on to the next level. So just trying to put that
on my time.
Correct. Thank you.
First of all,
So, hold on. Pause the time, because what we're not going to do is use your time, where it is your opportunity to speak with this possible appointee to, go and do any kind of back and forth. I would ask that we just remain focused. You have 3 minutes left. Everyone else needs to refrain from points of order, points of information, and allow her to finish her time. Continue.
Thank you, because whatever my conversation couldn't resist. My point of information is for her to gain understanding. I have understanding. Very clear, it's for her if she misquotes another rule, as she most often does. So I would like to keep this. I do want to reach out to you. I'm not feeding into that craziness today. I'm tired. But I want to have a personal conversation with you. I do. And I don't see the votes here today. I don't. And so I'm going to let my colleagues finish asking questions, because you and I need to have a private conversation that I am very much open to. I really am. And that I think you and I need to, for me, there's issues we'll discuss in private. So I'm going to yield my time.
All right, thank you. Seeing as how I am the only one left to speak, I will go ahead and take my time. Mr. Carter, thank you for showing up and just speaking to us a little bit about your appointment and your qualifications for your appointment. I do agree with my colleague in the 4th Ward where she stated, I do think that there needs to be a degree of advocacy on that board. And hearing that a 25-year-old passed away and you were right there to advocate for her family, also hearing that, and passed away in the waiting room, also knowing her wait time from some of the complaints, and you made a very good point when you were speaking earlier, when you made the point of the patient advocates, because I know that they are supposed to have patient advocates, but I know there have been plenty of instances where someone has called for a patient advocate and that patient advocate has not shown up, where people have been there for 1 or 2 days still waiting on patient advocates that did not show up. So I do think that there needs to be someone on the board that does highlight that. I think you made another good point of having to sign things. When you are already in pain, when there's already some anxiousness happening, you'll be willing to sign anything if it means please help take away whatever's going on. And so I think you made some very good points along with your advocacy. I think my colleague in the 4th Ward also made a good point when she talked about the fact that because you are a business owner, you've been a business owner for quite some time, that you are familiar with budgets and dealing with budgeting. I think that to some of my colleagues' points about certain boards where we've appointed people, I think there have been opportunities given when there opportunities where their experience with advocacy got them over the hump to get the vote, as opposed to maybe having the direct experience, right? I think that it is important that we do have a certain amount of informed people on the board. What I mean by informed, because it's no insult to you, I simply mean informed in the healthcare system, meaning they are doctors, they are nurses, they are whatever is needed for that particular thing, right? But I also think that we need more community people like yourself. Someone who goes to the meetings, who's involved, who pays attention. You've already given a certain amount of commitment. There are a lot of people who do not attend the early hospital meetings. And so you've already taken that step to attend the board meetings. You've taken that step of advocacy. And you've taken the step to be here tonight. And so I, for one, am in support of you being on the board also because I know of your other work in the community. And that's what's important, especially when we're starting to talk about healthcare and us making sure that people are getting the best healthcare possible and getting the best experience possible. When you're going to a hospital, you're already sick, you're already in pain, your family is already troubled by what may be happening to you. We do not need the added issue of maybe having people in place making policies who do not know how to make policies that will directly enhance the quality of service that you get at your most vulnerable time. So I would like to have you on this board. I think that you will be a great addition to this board. I do want to also point out that there's a very slippery slope when we have council people who, because they have maybe some disconnect with you, say over a microphone that they want to talk to you before consider appointing you because of a personal issue. That begins to look like retaliation. I don't feel like that's necessarily what it was. I do feel like maybe my colleague would like to come to some sort of understanding and have a conversation with you. I think it should have been worded differently at another point in time between the two of you, and not on a mic to where it seems like we are into retaliating, because that is definitely a slippery slope. So I want us to be careful of that. I want us to be very careful of that. I'm not quite sure where we go from here. I just know that as your name is before us, you do have my support because of the work that you've done in this community, because of the work that you're already doing to enhance the quality of care for residents that have to go to the hospital for whatever the reason. And I will yield my time. You may be seated for now. We're going to go to the second round. Someone else might want you, but I'm not sure. But Madam Clerk, we'll go on to the second round. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Councilwoman.
Thank you. Those who slow here, just how to go through the proper committee and not bypassing governmental arms. I can push out. Not a slippery slope. Not at all. And so I think we need to stop with my conversation between me and him, period. That was between me and him. And when we do requests for information, people need to understand per council rule 26.1 clearly states, a request for information from the member holding the floor, its purpose is to help the member making the request for information and to understand the process. So she should have received a warning. I had no problem understanding the function nor the rule of it. So I do agree. I never believe that you have to, everyone has to be degreed or some level of, I like to have a balance because our community is a balance. You get treated differently when you have health insurance and when you don't. That's just a fact. I don't think that when I went to the hospital, they asked me for your insurance. I believe that any hospital, and especially when you're a person of color, we do have to be conscious of that. We are not treated the same. We are not. That is just a fact. And when you have, even if you're a single mother giving birth, I gave birth for all three of my children at birth, because I believe in a community hospital. But they treat people differently. If you have a husband, if you don't have a husband. If you have insurance, if you don't have insurance. Mothers who didn't have a car seat to bring the babies home, as if it was their fault. And so there are things that we as a community, we have to have some uncomfortable conversations. And my conversation with me and him is just that it's personal. We're going to have a personal conversation. I don't think you want to have a conversation with me over the mic. I don't want to have it with you over the mic. Because I know you were there. I was concerned when that person was in that waiting room. I have been in the waiting room before and had to take people. I've been a patient myself in early waiting room. And Hurley does a great job. It's a community hospital that has neonatal, we have a trauma center. But we also have a large population that people go through Hurley mental health. And mental illness is serious in our community. They don't get treated, they often end up going to the hospital, and so do our veterans. So do our veterans. And they often go to jail because they're after something that they have an episode of off the medication. So we have each other's number. And I'm not saying, I like a mix, because we need someone to understand from a level of a person that we see it as you as a black man and me as a black woman. So I appreciate you coming.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to form the second round? Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just gonna say this, and I always say it, why are we circumventing the process? And so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a motion to send this back to governmental operations. That's on you. Right, that's on you. But that's the motion I'm gonna make. And if that motion doesn't pass, guess what? I'm not gonna be voting for this appointment because it should have gone through committee first. And so the motion on the floor is to send this appointment back to governmental operations. Thank you.
There is a motion on the floor to send this back to governmental operations. Is there support? It's been properly supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. O'Alamy? Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
And the vote is 2 yes, 5 no.
I'm sorry, what was that again?
2 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 2 yes, 5 no. That motion fails. Continue with the second round of discussion. Is there anyone else who would like to form the second round of discussion?
So, Madam Chair, I'm going to disagree with you on your comments, because I think it's about Ms. Burns' comment being portrayed as retribution. I think having a conversation with Mr. Carter is totally above board, because she didn't say she wasn't going to vote for him. She just said she wanted to have a conversation with him before she did. I think what was retribution and what laid the groundwork was comments made by my other colleagues in regards to
Ms. Biggs.
Ms. Beverly Biggs.
Facts.
Newman's and why they were there. Like, that was voting retribution. I don't think asking for a
They
conversation
forget that.
with Mr. Carter is voting retribution. So I'm going to disagree with that analysis of that conversation. But, it's up to everybody's opinion and their morals or however they come to their conclusions on how they vote. So, and I don't believe that having a simple conversation behind, with the microphone off, the potential candidate for a very important position, council manager, is uncalled for. So, I think speaking why you won't support a candidate with the third ward on the record saying sounds and everything else is not called for, but having a conversation.
She blew the presidency.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. At this point, we definitely see what it is. We have our colleague that stated that they like to speak in public, that they don't do things behind closed doors, that they do things here in public. If this man have done something to off the city, we need to hear about it from this lecture from here so we all can make an informed decision. We need to know what's going on, so let's not do behind closed doors. We have enough time, we can put a motion on the floor to ask more time to the clock, so you can have this conversation. But per our colleagues' own precedents, that I don't work behind closed doors. I'm fully transparent. Let's have some transparency right now, so we can get down to the bottom if this person is a citizen or.
Please pause the time. What rule has been reached?
She's not Jermaine, 43.21. She should not be speaking to any of her colleagues' voting motives, and she should know this rule by now.
All right, thank you. Continue, Dr. Lewis.
Okay, thank you. Again, another abuse of privilege motion. And so, so then when we begin to talk about that, the gentleman that's running for the Hurley is willing to appoint, who's been doing the good work already on the board. When we're talking about him, and we made the comment that he's disrespecting women, on your 5-hour show when your producer you walk in calling me Moose and Red Rooster. That was a disrespect to women. That was a big disrespect to women. And so again, so we can't be selective when we want to defend women.
Please pause the time. What is your point? What rule has been reached?
She is not being germane, but speaking of a podcast in Red Rooster. She's called being a BITCH.
Continue, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. And then we have colleagues that, excuse me, because I feel like a colleague wouldn't tell the colleague what to do. But, we have people calling people moves, etc. Those names don't bother me at all. I definitely appreciate the attention. I'm glad you're looking. But the fact is, we can't talk about respecting women when we allow a colleague to Flint at me, when we hear the gentleman in the front row use the word move, when we use those derogatory terms, and then again, as stated on a podcast, on your podcast, that you request donations from, and that we use the city fee for it on that podcast. This is where.
Please pause the time.
Okay. First of all, she's not Jermaine. I paid her my own stuff, so she needs to stop. She is not being Jermaine. She's upset because somebody, last week, Earl called her Red Rooster.
Thank you. And this all goes back to my point. Are you concerned about the mistreatment of women or not? So you can't pick and choose, and that's good to hear that you pay for your own podcast to make your water department want to hear it because you owe the money. And so
please pause the time. Please pause the time.
Get out of here now.
Ladies, I got it. I can already pause the time before you pause the time. Please, excuse me. What we're going to do is refrain from talking about getting bills over, from getting up here. That is not what this conversation is about. Let's stay focused. Continue.
I hear you, Madam Chair, but when I'm being interrupted by someone that's telling me about what they pay for, this is my turn to speak. It should be silent. When speaking, it should be me, and you interrupted me. So when she blurted out what she paid for, I can use my elected seat to speak on the bills from that goes to the city not being paid. I don't want to be clear when we talk about that. But going back to this, either you're going to support women in this entirety or not. And so, if you don't want to have something personal against Mr. Carter, that's what it is. But what we will not do is make it appear or let it actually be a form of retaliation. You said you're transparent, let's be transparent, bring them up to the lecture, let's have a conversation to see what happened that day both ways, so we all can make it a informed vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to form the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else who would like to form the second round of discussion, I will take my time. I want to first correct my colleague in the A board. Maybe you did not hear me when I said, and I don't feel as though that's what she was trying to do, but when we make comments that say, you and I had some interaction, I didn't like it, I want to talk to you first. That sounds like we're getting into retaliation. And that sounds like we're keeping people off of boards or whatever else because of the personal issue that we have with them, which is why I simply warned our colleague to not make sure she's careful with how she words her desire to have a conversation and that it doesn't seem like it's her retaliating. I want to also point out the fact that everyone is having some difficulty staying germane. My colleagues pointed out that they didn't want to circumvent a process, that it didn't go through committee first. I want to point out that the last thing you just voted for did not go through committee either, but you passed it. So if that's what we're doing, let's do it all the way. Because it did not go through committee either, and you still passed it. So I understand that we need to look for reasons, but make sure it's not reasons people can poke holes in. I also want us to be very, very clear. The reason I did not vote for this to go back to committee was because there are others who wanted to speak in the second round. And that sometimes we are courteous about the fact that others want to speak in the second round before we make motions. This really boils down to, you have his resume in front of you, you have him in front of you. He's had an opportunity to speak and talk. We've heard about his advocacy, we've heard about his work. And for this to be based on anything other than this resume, based on the advocacy, and based on what he said when he came up here, it's unfair, and it looks like we're retaliating, even if we're not. I understand that there may have been some discomfort between the two of you, and you feel as though a conversation is warranted. That is fine, but that is not a reason for an appointment to be held up. I do agree. Oh, no problem. Pause the time. Go ahead. I hear you, and I'm not speaking to your motives. Your words were you and I need to talk first. So if you say first, that means before I vote first. That's fine, but it's my time.
Request for information.
What is your request?
So I just want to be clear, what I heard, that she's not holding it up, but if we send the government out, she's not holding it up, we don't vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I do believe that will help you on your vote to send this to council, because that's what we're voting on. I just want to be perfectly clear. If the bar is we did not send it in because it didn't go through committee, I want to point out that the appointment before this did not go through committee, and you gladly sent it. No conversation, no discussion. So if we're going to be fair, let's be fair. Let's not make this personal. If we agree we like the work that he's doing, if we agree we need an advocate on that board, if we look at this resume, we have a conversation, we're talking to him, I believe I heard my colleague say there was no issue with him being on the board, then that is fine. What I don't want us to do, though, is to hold this up for personal reasons. So, this is now the roll call vote to send this to council.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? No. Mr. Alvin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. Is there another motion concerning this appointment? I said 4 yes, 3 no. Is there another motion concerning this appointment?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the second ward.
can we send that back to,
What you can do is keep it here, because the vote to send it back has already been voted
It
down.
has been voted down.
okay, so can we, let this remain here in special sale?
Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the colleague in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? No. Mr. Alvin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
This is silly.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no, so that resolution fails. Moving on to ordinance 24042.1, which is the amended ordinance code, amended ordinance chapter 24, housing, article 4, fair chance, access to rental housing, sections 24 through 114 to 24 through 127. What is the pleasure of this body?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the first ward.
move resolution 240-026, appoint one to the council.
It has been moved and supported. It's been moved and properly supported. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the first ward.
we had some discussion on this prior to having some individuals from the nation outside come to do a presentation. And one of the main concerns in that resolution from some of the colleagues was the issue about the CSCs. That has been addressed, and I had an opportunity to work with the attorney in making those corrections, which is presented in the new resolution. I think it's very important that we support a resolution addressing the Fair Housing Act for people coming out of prison and jail. Me being someone that's a recipient of a second chance, I think this is important. 42% of our population has a felony conviction in the city of Flint, Genesee County, and housing is one of the most important things to one reintegrate back into the community. So definitely, when you talk about reducing subdivisions and things of that nature and promoting equity and community stability, this is a vital piece of legislation that I hope we get to support. We have no other council, and I definitely will support this. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
Hey, let the jail chair this.
Anyone? All right, anyone else? Second round.
So that.
All right, so we go Madam Chair for the second round.
I believe I didn't hear anyone else in the second round.
Madam Chair, I did have a question.
Go ahead, Councilwoman in fifth ward.
On page, and I don't know who, attorney, the city attorney, Madam Chair, review to the city attorney. I'm looking at page 6, number 4, B4, conviction for felonies committed within the last 2 years or imprisonment for felonies within the last 5 years or number 5, number 6, and number 7. So, are we saying that they can't apply for housing until after 10 years?
Yes.
Whoa, that's a long time. That's a long time. That's not helping them at all. And I know of a situation whereas someone here in the city got out of prison and they got a job at GM. They were able to get a job at GM, want to start their life over, stay with their mom for 3 years or so. Got a job at GM, making good money, and was denied housing. That's not right. How are they expected to come and get into society and not be able to get a place to live? And they gotta wait 10 years? We're not helping them. I can't vote on this ordinance right now as it is worded. I just can't. We need to do something about that.
Councilwoman, you are able to make amendments on this ordinance.
Well, we'll have to make amendments on this ordinance, but tonight, I will not be sending this to council as worded. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Seeing so there's no one else. Okay, go ahead.
This one and also the community benefits agreement. I know we don't turn into working sessions because this is so big for our community with the number of returning citizens to our fellows. This really needs to be in a working session to get some input back from them, along with this community benefits agreement. 5 to 10 years is not going to help you when they come out in the house. And a lot of what they're having to do is rely on relatives to put apartments and housing in their names. And that makes it difficult. I mean, if we're really going to help them, help them to where we can help them coming out. And I just don't, this I think needs some work. I don't mind a working session, people like community business, we never really, and I want to say, yes, we can amend it on the floor, but some things require discussion. And these are big to our community. These are huge things, and we get steamrolled over, we don't fall in line. And it's unfortunate. It's not just as simple as an amendment, because we women want to have a panel of people here to ask them, because it's their lives. And when they can tell us, in a working session, like, what are some of your difficulties? What would you like to see in a working session? So each council member has a need. For myself, I would like to see that, because they face different hurdles that we may not know. We may not know. And as this stands, and yes, we can make amendments. I'm not ready to make an amendment on this tonight, so I'm going to yield the floor to listen to my other colleagues.
Anybody else in the second round of discussion? Councilman in the 8th Ward.
What is the definition? Is there a legal definition for violence? Obviously, I know like murder, assault. What is there a specific definition to violence? That's kind of broad.
Yes, we have to look at the city's criminal offense code, and then we can define it that way.
I guess to my colleague in the 5th Ward, within the last 10 years, and convictions for violence or any or drug-related something, to me, that the amount of people that it would barely hit, so you have a total of 10 years. And it can't be a drug related felony restriction. I mean, drug related felony 5 years ago was better than marijuana. So, yeah, this is not really defined. So I'll be notice and.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. So, about this ordinance. This ordinance was initially brought to us when we were in the dome, when we were in chambers. And that's been approximately 2 years ago. And, okay.
What is your point?
We didn't receive the ordinance yet, or not the one that was present form. We received the one in present form at least by
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Priestley. But my point is.
May I would like to add on information. While we did not receive the one in its present form until December, this was before us, before December, in another form. That said almost the same thing about the teen years.
And thank you so much, Madam Chair, for clearing that up. And so we had Nation Outside come down. We had different members from Nation Outside come, and they spoke adamantly about why they think it should be supported. And so initially, Councilwoman Worthy and myself, we were working on this so we can get some relief, Ms. Priestley. And so then, when Ms. Worthy resigned, then Mr. El-Amin, he picked up the ball for his passion that he had for returning citizen. And so, again, this has been before us for a long time. And so we wrote it up. And through you, to you, Madam Chair, do you remember exactly when because we amended this, because we had colleagues that said that they had issues with the way it was written, that it didn't have the provision about sexual offenders. And so then we had the councilman go back, and he amended it. And so then our colleagues took a 2-month break. And so then we were in December, we had the same ordinance. And so tonight, to hear my colleagues say that they have suggestions, but they're not willing to put them on the floor tonight in this working committee. See, we keep talking about working sessions. This is the working session. Whenever we show up for work, this is our working session. So if we're sitting here and we're not working, what are we doing? We shouldn't be sitting here. We're not talking about having backdoor sessions. We want to make sure that I have the same information that my colleagues have. I want to make sure that you all have what I have, so you all can make the best decision possible for your ward and for the city. And so to hear that colleagues are stating that they refuse to support this because of what is written, and they refuse to support amending this so we can have an additional meeting, knowing that we have had a historic amount of extra meetings here. Instead of having colleagues sit in the audience, instead of having colleagues do business offline. We need to make sure that we're doing what's right. And so I would like to plead with my colleagues. Let's get the work done while we're here. I'm here for the work, nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the second round of discussion, I will take my time. The only thing that I can say at this point is the fact that when it comes to this ordinance, the next ordinance, and the memorandum of understanding, all of these things, the common theme is these things have come before us for months. We've had months to read things, we've had months to make adjustments, we have months to make amendments. There have been some of these things where amendments were already made. There doesn't need to be a separate working session because the whole point of committee is that we do the work in the committees. All of this stuff was already in committee. Again, we are behind the curve on so much city business because it's time after time after time, we're postponing, we're moving, we're not voting, we're not doing. When it's stuff that we've had in our inboxes, in our mailboxes for I don't know how long. At some point, the commitment has to be when it comes to your email, read the agendas, read the ordinances, read the stuff that we are given. We have ample time to be prepared. It is 6:51. We should have been in council at this point, but we have to belabor every point to say the same thing. Mr. Woodson, that is your first warning. To say the same thing over and over again of, we've already had this stuff. We've already had time to read. We've already had time to make amendments. We keep doing the same thing and then wondering why city business is so slow. We have a responsibility to read this stuff when it comes before us. This clearly is not moving tonight. This clearly is moving backwards tonight. So I will entertain the motion so that we can move on, so that I can entertain the motion to move the next thing back as well. Councilwoman in the second ward.
So, I would like to make the motion to send this back to the legislative. All right, send it back to legislative so we can do the work again.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilperson in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machado?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no. This has been referred back to the Committee of Legislative Affairs. Moving on to Resolution 240430.1-T. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
I would like to make a motion to send this to council.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilperson in the fourth ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the
This
sixth
is
ward.
the,
Yes, ma'am.
You to, Attorney Earl, can you describe what this benefit agreement would do?
Yes, Councilwoman, there are several levels to this ordinance, and it would depend on the amount of money that the developer is spending with the city, from $20 million down to $100,000.
And so this would be in lieu of, so community benefits agreement was something, I was concerned about, and I know some other colleagues, because when it came out that people were getting checks from businesses doing business with the city of Flint, I felt that we needed a community benefits agreement to kind of set that out. And I know when I first sent it to the attorneys, because in Murphy's water with projects, with their nonprofits that they have. And so the community benefits agreement, one of the gentlemen, he was here before, so not a big industry. I know he was concerned about having a community benefits agreement. And I sent it to, when we first finally got the first copy, one of the biggest concerns I have about community first projects in my ward, and wasn't something that this was suffice, that it was feasible for them. And no, I'm there. Okay, I talked to him, and that's our did that. And so having this community benefits agreement, I think it's clear if you're doing business. I think business is we're looking at Action Capital growing. They have, they're just approved mammogram 2 of 10 buildings. They have another, once they finish this one, break ground, they'll have 8 more to go. And then we have the microchip company, which a lot of that business will filter in here. Then the marijuana, we popular. So, I think that having this, to me, it's an order or point of information.
Please pause the time. What is your point of information?
There's no chip company coming into Flint.
Let me finish it. It's the township money township.
That's right, so that has nothing to do with the.
Yeah, my business. Let me finish.
Point of order. No, listen. Please. I would ask that all colleagues stay respectful. Councilwoman Burns, this is your time. Councilwoman Burns, this is your time. Please continue.
Point of order.
What rule has been breached?
Well, the rule of decorum, the council board utilized her time, her motion, her first motion. And then our councilwoman in the city board disrespectfully told her, mind your business.
All right. Please hold. Let me rule on this real quick. Hold on. Listen.
So thank you very much.
Councilwoman Burns, I have the floor. Before you did your point of order, I actually did address the comment that was made. I asked her to stay respectful and reminded everyone else she now has the floor. So we'll let her get through her 2 minutes. Thank you.
So as they are on 10 over here, and then this has got to stop, because there's stuff they're mad as a passing. So, battery, yes, also Money Township, should use their own time. And so as we're having business that's coming to Flint, we're gonna need community benefits agreement, so that council people who have nonprofits don't ask for checks to their nonprofits anymore. And so this will settle that issue, hope to stop that. That Starbucks Park received $1,500 from a company doing business. So I'm looking for, I'm excited to have this, because many of these projects are important projects. Because when you take money from a business doing business with the city of Flint, and then you turn around and vote to give them a $7 million tax abatement, then $3.25 billion ARPA funds, it takes the process. So having a benefits agreement will benefit Flint as a whole, so that we're focused on the resident, We're not asking them to donate to our nonprofits. They have a community benefits agreement, and the monies, however the community benefits is designed by the amount that their business is, it doesn't take the process. And I will, I support this because we need to clear that process up. So I'm going to yield the floor to my colleagues.
Is there anyone else in the first round discussion?
Chair.
Councilman in the first ward.
I definitely think we should support this community benefit resolution. We had probably good examples when we had some folks from the medical marijuana dispensaries and so forth came in and wanted to give back to the community. Having this community benefit in place where we'll have something outlined in which it can be more beneficial to the community than just giving out turkeys and book bags, which is nice things to do. But when you have companies that's making millions of dollars, I think the residents and the community can benefit a lot more better. So having that in place is going to really help us from an economic growth standpoint, as well as it's some things in some language in that resolution that's going to make sure that local individuals like contractors, local, for instance, black contractors, they don't get a lot of opportunities on a lot of these jobs that's coming into the community, whether it's businesses being developed or construction projects, yet you don't see no one from the city and so forth getting an opportunity on these jobs, and that would kind of help level the playing field out. So this is a very important resolution, I think, definitely. Hopefully my colleagues will support it, because it will put us in a better position to benefit when economic development and companies and things are trying to come into the place. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
Benefit agreements is near and dear to councilperson's concerns are. He constantly asks, especially marijuana companies, about their benefits agreement. And I know that you've worked on this. So, reading it, I have no problems with it. I just want to make sure that people understand that the company that is going in Lundy Township, supposedly it's still, I don't know where it's standing. As I have known people who are very much against that, who are on the Lundy Township board, but they are not coming to Flint, and they will not be providing benefits agreements to here. Also, excuse me, this is my time. Point of order. I can hear you very plainly.
All right, please refrain from the back and forth. It is Councilwoman Priestley's time. Please be respectful as she is trying to speak, and extra conversation is distracting. Thank you.
I also want to clear up the fact that Sarge Park did not request money from Ashton Capital, that they heard that there was a need and they gave it. So, and that came right from Ashton Capital. So, let's be clear that the benefits agreement policy is by the city. And we need to get this approved so that we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion? Councilman in the 8th Ward.
Through you to the city attorney. Madam City Attorney, where does it say that maybe I just can't find it. Where does it say that the community benefit will be, what the dollar value is, or if it's in line with the size of the project?
It's under the definitions where they list what is a tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 project.
Where does that lists out the size of the project? Where does it say that tier 1 project will be of X amount of value in relationship to the overall project budget? Where does it state that?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Meaning if it's a $20 million project, they're going to have a $1 million commitment from the strong project. Where, or are they going to be mowing lawn in a half-acre park? Where does it state that the benefit agreement itself will be of a certain value or a certain community benefit defined by the size of the project. I see it outlines different tiers, but it doesn't, I can't find where it states where a tier 1 project will be of a certain quality or quantity versus a tier 3 project. And where does it state, like, the tier 3 project is the lower value of the, handing out turkeys and backpacks to the gentleman's point in the first ward versus a tier 1 project will be, building a park or something like that. Does it say anything that would define what the community benefit value would be?
Let me scroll through the rest of this document to see where that may lie.
I'll look for your feedback, but I don't see anywhere where it states that the tier 1 project could be a $20 billion project, and it states that, the community benefit agreement may be the whole thing. Like, there's nothing that states in here that, and I'll yield to my colleagues to show me where, this was.
Yeah, so if you go to 25-3, section C, the community benefits, and then you go down to 3, the community benefits provided reflect the scale of and are in proportion to the public support.
And what's the proportion that's around? What is a $20 million project community agreement look like versus a $10 million project community benefit agreement? Just so that, putting this out there, all community benefit agreements should be apples project is requiring the same thing.
And then, number 7, where possible, provide means to measure value and assess the factors discussed here, 1, 2, and 3 projects to the citywide advisory council. So, basically what this is saying is this is going to go before the advisory council, and then
Which we don't have the advisory council.
I have somebody appointed that shows up. I don't know which are. But it's also, can you pause this time? Can you pause this time? Can we put him back at 120? Okay, so then just pause. He's fine with that. But what this is saying is that this is going to go before the advisory council, then every board, so depending on which board is going to be impacted. So if the project is happening in your ward, right now the citywide advisory council is a 9-member council, right? And so then if it's something that's going to directly impact a certain zone or a certain seat or whatever in your ward will get 2 more representatives on that council. And then from there, because if you read through it, it also states that there will be, that the residents can decide what that looks like. And then it also states that there is going to be some sort of help from our planning and development department with suggestions in what proportion it looks like in terms of that project. So they will also be guided by our planning and development department on what proportion it looks like, and then the dollar amount that you would attach to proportionate. You want to start that? Okay.
I hear what you're saying, but we are not giving those values to the citywide advisory committee or anybody else. So, people come and go on board. So if we have a $20 million project tomorrow, they may be under different guidelines or different people on the CWEP committee that may not hold it up to the previous $20 million. So we need to give them guidelines. I think that we need to somehow make this dollar for dollar, apples to apples on the tiers being, and I don't know if that dollar value is a tier 1 $20 million, a $100,000 type of community benefit agreement where it does whatever it is, and that's the bar.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor? in the first round of discussion. 6, 1, 4, and 8 have all gone, so 2 and 5, if you wish to have time. You may. Yes. Okay. No? All right, so, I will take my time for the first round of discussion. Actually, I won't. Moving on to the second round of discussion. Is there anyone who would like to speak? Second round. Councilman, okay, go ahead.
You know, I do hear what, I'm looking at the different tiers. I do hear what Councilman Pfeiffer is saying about the tiers and needing to, have some type of value. I don't see it.
Would you like to call Emily up so that she can talk to the,
Yeah.
Emily?
Emily, thank you, Flint, I'm here.
Because I know that her department is going to be a lot of what helps them decide what is proportionate.
Looking at the tiers, Emily, how can we change that to, you heard the conversation that Pfeiffer and the questions he's asking. What can we do?
So it depends, I've looked at a lot of other cities, and one of the issues is that different businesses have different appeals. So I guess when I say appeals, like, if there's a business that is a tier 1, but only is going to create X number of jobs, you might feel differently about it than a tier 2 that's going to create 10 times the number of jobs. Because the community benefit, if it's tied to the, and this is where the language is weird, how much money that they are going to be, is it how much money that they're actually, the value that they're receiving from the city versus how big the project is, and those are two very different things. Like Ashley Capital, yes, that's a $72 million brownfield. So that's obviously a very big brownfield. We obviously talked about that a lot. But if you look at the number of jobs, you know, if you look at Nanograph, well, Nanograph is 150 jobs. Well, Ashley Capital, you know, you say, well, are both of them treated the same, even though those are two very, like, Nanograph is a $0 money from the city, actually. So then are they, even though, so this is the problem, is that you can't, like.
Please pause the time.
Yeah.
There's a request. Yeah.
So if there's no public dollar value that they're requesting, they can request for community benefits.
Well, it depends. It depends how you want to look at it. They specifically have a community benefits agreement that the Federal Department of Energy is requiring. So that's not, they're gonna have lots of community benefits. It just hasn't been approved yet by the federal government, so we don't have the details, but, do you want someone like that, even if they are taking $0, but because they are, it's just, do you just want it to be the size of the project, or do you want it to be tied to how much money that they're benefit or value that they're getting from the city? Those are just very different things. And I don't have an answer for you. Some cities do it one way, other cities do it the other. I doubt that there will ever be another Ashley Capital project with that big of a brownfield, just because that's such a, we don't have that much land. So you won't really have a lot of tier 1s, because that's, I mean, even tier 1, 20 million, that's a lot of value versus the size of the project. There's a lot of $20 million projects. So.
Thank you. Is Councilwoman in the second ward, did you want to talk?
Yes. Looking at this ordinance, we've had for several months, it is the different tiers, such as the different levels of investment in the city per, you know, per how much money the organizations are collecting from the city. This is a great ordinance. We had colleagues say several times that we need this, that we need this. We had colleagues state on the record that we should have had this in place before we made deals with actual capital and so forth. Well, this is the word, this is the agreement. This is a stepping stone, so we can be on the winning side and make sure that we're doing things in the best interest of the residents. You know, putting this off is doing such a disservice because when as we get investments coming into the city, you're not entitled to anything if we have nothing in place. So I would like to encourage my colleagues to please, let's go ahead and pass some good words, because that's what council members are supposed to do. We're not supposed to, you know, make podcasts, that's not what we're here. We're here for the passage of ordinances and for the passage of budgets. That's why we were elected. And you look at our description, this is what we do. And we also do some constitutional service. Let's not operate outside of our job capacity. What we need to do is to make sure that we pass good ordinances, good. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking because I guess I'm gonna stop talking because do you all have something?
Actually, Councilwoman in the second ward, I was clarifying something with our colleagues, but you can continue your time or you can deal with the floor.
All right, so glad to see the audience is here, live and well. So just please be live and well as you hear us attempt to bring great ordinances so this city will benefit. So let's clap for the passing of ordinances that are changing, that could change the lives, especially the lives of the north side. But clearly, people don't come for good business, people come for entertainment. And so as we continue to have live interaction, I want to make sure that I get mine on now, because I know what we spoke about on the next 5-hour show. Absolutely. Let's react to passing good government, because this is what we're here for. All right, like, share, and also don't. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Emily, did she go away? Okay. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Councilwoman in the sixth ward, Ms. Stewart, can you join us really quickly? Thank you.
So I just want to say this, after the meeting just free, I asked them to inform people that we have council members who take checks and get, this most big $72 tax payment, and that.
I wish they mentioned 810. This is amazing.
Not a tax payment. Brownfield is not a tax payment.
Brownfield.
It's not a tax payment.
3.25 of our ARPA money, and then $75,000 of our money.
What's your point of order? So I'm gonna call you to order, please stop listening. What's your, request for information?
I'm saying for you, up to the clerk. Was my name on any resolution to give myself $75,000?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Burns, please continue.
The state of Michigan is incorporated and originated.
This is why our water ain't fixed.
So I do want to say this about it, not about her failed podcast, but she does need to click like and share. I appreciate it. Your failed podcast. I informed Ashley Hamlin's
Podcasters or politicians on the next bump.
if I have to address the nonsense, how do we make sure that they do this? When they have to, whatever their agreement is, and if they fail to do what is required, what's our recourse?
I think it depends on what value you're getting, and I think that's important. I think that there's value that the city can be awarded to these developers, and some of it's going to be land, and some of that land might have had a demolition. That demolition costs money. Some of it might be land, and it is below market value because of the remediation that's required. Some of it might be a tax abatement, which is a specific abatement that freezes taxes, and then they don't have to pay more. Some of it might be a brownfield plan, which they pay full taxes, but they still have that as a layered on for development. These are all very different in a capital stack of development. These all are treated very differently and have different values. And so I just think we've got to be thoughtful about the type of value that the city is offering, and then the trigger of then what the amount is for the value, and then also the enforcement. Wrongful claims have to be paid out annually, so that's easy. Tax abatements are annual, easy. A land value, that's a one-time purchase, right, a one-time sale. So those are gonna be treated differently with enforcement.
Okay, and I appreciate that, because like I said, this will stop. Ashland Capital received a great deal with Councilwoman Lewis's $1,500 check to her nonprofit. So I'm glad that we have gotten this, and that a council member is going to ask the nonprofits to get money anymore, not taking care of people. So the failed podcast. Thank you,
Who cares about podcasts?
Thank you. Is anyone else who would like to call?
I mean, we do, because we podcasters.
Councilman, the first ward.
She talking about the Dale podcast, not the, yeah, but not the water. They talking about the roofs, they talking about podcasts.
Will you guys have an opportunity to judge it from whatever tier you're going to be being presented and make amendments and things like that if need be?
So the way the draft ordinance in front of you is written, it would be a lot of community input, right? Because it does require people, residents who are from the direct area that is impacted, as well as people from other parts of the city. And so I think, yes, but I think it's going to be I think here, staff those meetings, I think that it will definitely have a lot of, be very resident driven. It's not going to be a, like, decision being made by me and my staff. It's going to be very resident driven, it's how it reads right now. That they will be making staffing those meetings, spending a lot of time putting those meetings together, but then they will be making the recommendation, those residents, per the draft in front of you.
Is there a specific version, like, you have an opportunity to see different versions of community benefit packages? Is it one in particular that you like really think is a good one?
I mean, capitalism kind of sucks everywhere, so I say this because nobody's doing it really great, nobody is. But if you, I think it's also hard with our scale of city. Most cities our size do not have an ordinance like this. Cities like, I mean, Detroit has one, they're 7 times our size. Chicago has one, but they're 20 times our, so more than that. But anyway, long story short, it's hard. We don't have a lot of comparables that are our size. And I also think that I will say that we have a lot of tools and a lot of land. I think that that's one thing to think about. The city of Flint has a lot of opportunities around land that we own, that the land bank owns, that a lot of other communities don't, because they don't have, it's kind of a positive way to look at what is a blight that we, and our having demolition happening all over the city. That means we have a lot of land, because we have a lot of land for building, and other cities don't have that. So, sorry for not being.
No, that's very helpful. It just kind of speaks to how important having something in place than not having anything at all. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there is no one else, I will take my time. I'm actually going to read a little bit from this ordinance. I don't need you, thank you. Just talking about the community engagement process. So once there's a benefit agreement in place that has been agreed upon between the developer and the Citywide Advisory Council, it then comes to council for council to approve. One of my colleagues asked the question about making sure that, how do you make sure that they keep up with their end of the agreement? And here it talks about if someone is suspected of not keeping up with their end of the agreement. It talks about the fact that the director shall facilitate at least 2 meetings per calendar year. I'm going to skip that part. It says the Citywide Advisory Council shall review any allegations and violations of the community benefits provisions provided to it by the developer and may report violations to the enforcement committee in writing Upon receipt of written notification of allegations of violation from the citywide advisory council, the enforcement committee shall investigate such allegations and shall present their written findings to the citywide advisory council based upon the following: whether the developer is in compliance with the community benefits provision, how the community benefits provision will be enforced, or how violations will be mitigated. And then the findings of the enforcement committee shall be presented to the neighborhood advisory council no later than 21 days from the date of the violation. Go ahead, please close my time. Go ahead.
Do you think it's wise to regulate words that dictate so many responsibilities to the board?
So here's a couple of things. Again, us not being able to populate it is an us problem. The reality is, again, I have a person that is appointed and that shows up for the meetings. If you have people who you appoint to boards and they're not showing up, you can reach out to that person, call that person on your own, ask them if they still want to be a part of that board, because I've had to do that in the past with someone that was appointed prior to me, but I had to ask them, are you still interested in being part of that board? You need to show up for the meetings. In which case, if they're not, then petition that board and say, hey, maybe remove this person since you do bring it before council, city council can remove the person. But at some point, council does have to take some responsibility in making sure we keep our appointment someone that's actually going to show up. That's the bottom line with that. We have to make sure whomever we appoint is really committed to doing the job. Going back to this, the findings of the enforcement committee shall be presented to the neighborhood advisory council no later than 21 days from the date of the violation. Will report to the enforcement committee unless they need the need for additional time. They report to the city council and the neighborhood advisory committee within the original 21-day time frame. So there are mechanisms in place if there is a violation of this ordinance. I would strongly suggest that my colleagues read this ordinance. I think it is well written, like Emily said. This is one of those things with all of the ordinances from other cities that we study, is the fact that there's no perfect answer. We have an opportunity now to go forward and see if this works in the way that it does. And if it does, then we're good. We can make amendments at any time. Thank you. This is the roll call vote to send this to council. This is ordinance 240-430.1. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Priestley? Ms. Murphy Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Ms. Barnes, yes?
Madam Clerk, I'm gonna change mine to no.
That didn't pass. It still passed.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. What is the pleasure of the body? There is a motion by the councilman in the 8th ward to send this back to legislative. Is there support? Supported by the councilwoman in the 6th ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Allen? The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. This has been sent back to legislative committee. There's a motion to adjourn by the councilman in the 8th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 6th ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Judy.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
No.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The time is now 7:27 p.m. Monday, January 13th. I now adjourn the Special Affairs Committee meeting.
Oh, you got the cord over here? Let me see if I can turn it. Hold them down to 23%. I'm here longer than administration. Y'all got it right here. I just need that stepper cord. extension cord. This is my quick charge. It's only gonna take 30 minutes and this had its thing back on full. That's all I need. Yeah. That's what I'm finna charge it up now. Right there. I'm finna move this right over here. Right by Miss, oh my bad. I'm finna move it right over here. I'm finna plug it right here. Sorry about that. I'm finna plug it up right here. Right here. Gotta untangle it. Got the wrong side. Gonna charge it up. Now here we go. No, I got the charger today, RJ Cat. That's a lie. This thing. No, I got the charger today, good brother. I got it plugged up. We good. I got the charger. I got the charger today, but a lot of people not happy with us right now.
No.
Okay. It's only.
I know, trust me, I take anything free because my dad raised me that way.
Got you.
Don't even eat it, got me.
Facts.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. You're welcome. We're just over here soliciting votes and shit. What's up? What it do, family? Cash Williams, what's up? Yeah, what it do? We up in here trying to get this thing charged up on this Oh, we good on the mic. It's just the phone. We finna be good. We got a nice little break. So while we on this little break, I'm gonna entertain y'all. It's getting spooky down here, man. I'm talking to the family. It's getting spooky down here. Everybody hanging with everybody. Jazzy Melody, what it do? JP6, what it do? Maryland in the building. Nah, I don't know. Now, I'm going to tell y'all something. I agree with the fam on there. What Nell said. They going to keep playing with Candace and them and trying to do business with them. They better quit. They was chewing Tanya's ass up down here today. Man, that dude don't know what to do. We talking about that. Donnell Meredith, what it do? RL, what's up, brother? Look how RL was over there smiling that one time.
Get a video or something. Oh, we can talk now?
RL said, can we talk now?
Hello, America.
It's your time, RL.
Like I say, hello, America.
No, I got him. Hold up.
Hello, America. Like I say, year 25. And we who lived in the St. John area knows about that master plan. The dope boys that came in there and got the roller skate thing. That's in the direct area of St. John. The dude bought it for $3 million and he bought it. And everybody knows the dope man make more money than General Motors. Just like the cartel, they make more money. They got money to put in certain areas in the whole lot of the dopes and all that poppycott. And you don't know nobody where they come from. It's been in certain spots in Michigan and in Flint. Piles of money and dope packed off, and people, because the only one we got is an industrial area in Flint, where General Motors left up, and the dope boy's gonna, the team right on to the bank. in a, like, hoops upside it, just like they gonna protect their territory, they get paid big time, and just like Chicago, organized crime. They figured this out 50 years ago, 60 years down the line, and everybody act like, shut up. You mean, in the darky, only anybody speaking up is the darky. You see how Tarzan, darky said, I don't want to report to you. And then, he right over there, but the man who bought the stuff, he got deep pockets. He don't give a care what you. Black, a darky got to have money. Hey, cut that up, man. People, listen. I'm gonna jump on now, okay, right? Stay tuned, America.
He said, stay tuned, America. Now we have, that was reporting live from IRL. And good evening, family. Grace and peace, good evening. How y'all doing? Oh my goodness, this good evening, Rose Monroe, for tapping in. How y'all doing today? Everything went and came out and gave out all of Eric May's cups today. It only took a new year to get them rid of them. Cause they was gonna be in the studio. The studio already. I'm trying to clean it out. Yeah, he is a true historian. The game is to be sold, not told. And they doing a lot of telling down here. Meat Freaks, what it do? Good evening. Good evening. Mario Diaries. Good evening. Good evening, everybody that wants to tap into 810. You know, we give you behind the scenes, what's going on. I don't know if we're going to get that many interviews from a lot of the council people. Right now, I don't want to be around none of them. You're going to be hot like fire. And family, I sense there's 121 of y'all on here. Get these likes up. We do this for y'all. Well, I see why we're here. But I keep telling people, when you pass something through, like how they let that fire Jalil not getting on there. Now, family, I know a lot of y'all don't be knowing what be going on behind the scenes, what be going on. It's just a little hard for me to vote for anybody that the mayor be putting up here in Liddell and them when they pushing it through. That's just my personal opinion. I don't like to knock nobody, but, you know, it's cold-blooded. But, you know, we do got to do some better checking, but when you push for other people, through people, look at that. That's how you got to look at it. They sitting up here looking crazy. Now they did. Yeah, I'm good. Sherry said, no, I'm good, Sherry. I'm tired though. I left right from here. I left from the gym and came straight here. I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm on my health kick right now. I've been up at the gym at 6:45 this morning, and I came home. I got a little nap. Then I was back up at me and my son went back at like 1:30. We hit the gym again. Y'all know this is really my bedtime. Y'all probably finna see tears coming down. Cause I like to try to be in bed by 9 o'clock. Cause I be up. I'm still on my first shift. Oh yeah, you know what kind of I do two-a-days on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and I do Tuesdays and Thursdays the only days. I don't do two-a-days because I get up in the morning and go do 3 miles. I do 3 miles every morning from Monday to Friday. I go do 3 miles. And then on Monday, I do chest. If I have my phone, because I'm recording from it, I will show y'all my workout. On Monday, I do, what's up, Raphael Burr? I do, because I'm still stuck at 218. I'm trying to get down to 200. And I'm a little behind the schedule. But, I do, like I said, me and my cousin, I do 3 miles. Then I do like, Bilal got my, we call it the hell week. He got me doing, oh wow, RJ Cat, that's terrible. I do 9 different chest exercises. I do chest on Mondays. Tomorrow is arms. Wednesday is legs. Thursday is shoulders and back. And Friday is full body, but it's like a free day. Yeah, but I do 9 exercises. And every 2 weeks I'm going up on and I do like 4 sets of the 9 exercises I gotta do. I am really woe out, brother, to be honest with y'all. But I really gotta get my eating habits. I've been trying to eat more clean. I done cut majority of the sweets off. I might sneak some M&Ms every blue moon. No, I cut that crumble cookie off. I'm the shit. I was on crumble cookie. I be back up to about 240. I cut that off. I cut the chips off, but I just had some popcorn. I had to go to get some gas. I don't know why I ain't had no gas in the car. I was riding around with the light on. I had to put some gas in the car, and I got her. She got a big bag of chips. I got me $2 for $1. Oh, nothing, they up here clowning. Yeah, that's what I was telling you. When was them 75 cents? We're in 2024. Them things yeah, they done went up on them. Hey, that's why I'll be there in the morning. Oh, Will UNC, boy, they was trying to, Liddell acting crazy today. Liddell just walked by and looked at me and turned back around. Yeah, what we got? Like I said, I'll be at tomorrow ain't no tour. Tomorrow ain't no tour day. I get to go in. I'm gonna go in at 7. Work out, leave there, come to do the show. Gotta do arms, so I got like 9 arm exercises I gotta do. When I tell y'all I just started this, I hope it is. You know what? Only one said it looked like they paying off is St. Louis. St. Louis said, Mickey, it looked like it's paying off. I hope it is. The way it's going, I gotta get the shape together. If I can get these views together, you know, people, they don't usually hate the in shape guy. You know, y'all don't want the biggies, y'all want the Tupacs. I ain't gonna lie, so I'm gonna have a 6-pack, but I ain't finna have this keg like that. And is. I'm up here, I'm trying to, every morning I'm up in this gym, just beat myself totally to death. I beat myself totally to death every morning. I don't know, they about to man, this is rough. This is like one of the roughest councils I've done seen. One of the roughest. What? What's up? What?
Where's the conference center?
Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis. This ain't for you today.
Oh, tomorrow we'll be at the ENA board.
ENA board tomorrow? Oh, that's gonna be interesting. That's down at the what's the name meeting. That's down at the Oak Business Center where they didn't want to let us get a room down, a spot down there. I could have had a spot down at Oak Business Center. I didn't really like how they had available for it. I said, thank you. Thank you. It's charging now, what you mean? This thing charged, I'm at 30%. They gonna be another 2 hours, man, by the time they start up. You say what?
I thought they had 3 minutes left.
Hell no, they ain't even started. They ain't started, everybody chilling. By the time they come back, my phone will be back charged up, unbelievable. It'll be charged up and everything. That's a good thing, though, the phone charge. But I came prepared today. Well, y'all thought I wasn't gonna be prepared. Y'all only catch me slipping a couple times. Wait till I'm done with the studio, though, you know. The upgrade in the studio is on point. Man, this here. I don't know what ward, to be honest with you, I don't know who represent what no more. I don't know who represent what no more. Yeah. Winters. What ward Joe King represent? She don't even know. Don't nobody know. Joe King just there. He got seniority. He got grandfathered on the ENA board.
He was there since its inception.
Inception, yeah, he grandfathered in. So just say all awards. In summary, we messed up. We messed up. In summary, we messed up. That's what it is. You sure he ain't get grandfathered in? Yeah, she about to find out Joe King got grandfathered in. Oh, Darnell Dumas, you better believe it, Jack. Oh, they think Joe King staying third ward. I ain't changing nothing. I keep telling y'all, I found me his love down here. Oh crap, I keep kicking this thing. Task Montana 313, what it do, family? Little mama, thank you. I keep telling you, I feel like the snakes on the planet, they all around. And she loves it. She loves the attention she getting right now. You love the attention you get. You love it. Ain't Toledo like a couple hours away from here? Hour and a half. Yeah, on the other side of Detroit. Because Cicero said he coming up this. Hold on, let me see what Cicero. He said he planned on coming to Toledo to see his son in April. Yo, good looking. I'm telling you, man, this is down here. Almost. I thought they was gonna put Winters out for slanging them Eric Mays cups down here. She done made about $300. Yeah, some of this stuff is just. It's unbelievable. But you know what tomorrow's show title might be? Podcasting.
One-on-one.
Because this what this whole thing was about. It was about podcasting. This podcast. This show gonna be tomorrow's show gonna be podcasting. It is. Oh, Keisha, Denise, I've been told y'all podcast wars, but I was hollering these podcast wars about what? 2 years ago? Oh yeah, I've been telling y'all. I can put one there. I can promise. We can get that. Oh wow, Jake, glad you found out you got that rectified. Worst thing to do, be beefing with your family. Worst thing. Anytime you got beef, man, it's a bad thing. But all I can say is bring on 2026, baby. This year. But what I really truly want to know, like, how much is this as a game and how much is it for real? Sofa King Greats, good evening. Good evening, everybody that tapped in to 810. He's not coming in tonight. That's the only thing update I got on Jonathan. He's not here right now. Facts. I think Liddell just probably see the writing on the wall. I think she see the writing on the wall, probably that she not gonna probably be the president no more, and she don't like it. That's about it. I'm gonna tell y'all too, when it's trying to do this working out, when I have some good days, Lowland Kimmons, good evening. It be when I had to roll out that bed, body hurting. Oh, I'm telling you. But I will say my body has been, from my having a torn rotator cuff, that physical therapy, and I gotta give a shout out to Bilal, man, because I remember it was a time I couldn't even lift this up like this. When it was like this. Physical therapy. I gotta give a shout out to my physical therapy team, even my massage therapist. When they was thinking I was gonna have frozen shoulder, and she kept working with me. Shout out to you. I had a nice little team of doctors work with me. When I had to do the aqua therapy, I was in the pool. Your boy's body was broke up. And I did everything the natural way. I ain't gonna lie, man. I took them shoulders I took them shots in the shoulder, man. It seemed like my shoulder was worse. But physical therapy, dropping this weight, and for my back, dropping the weight did a lot of justice, took a lot of pressure off your boy. Cut a lot of them fried foods out, went to bake. Facts, Dennis DeLoach, facts. Oh yeah. I mean, I had some days. That's why I just took I got my youngest. I got my 16-year-old with me up there. He don't know I'm finna put him through hell. I'm gonna give him like a month to get used to doing the workout, and then he going through hell season. He don't know. He finna be in there with me for 90 days. We're gonna do the 180 days, but I'm tricking him and let him think we just doing 90 days. Then we're gonna run it back another 90 days. Who? I'm missing who? Huh? I'm missing you. Oh, I did. I didn't get it. once they give you about another.
So could the attorney and the colleagues please take their seats so we can start the council meeting? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm just putting.
We need to sanitize you all the snakes you
That's all I can
That's it.
All right, Madam Clerk, are you ready?
Either they don't vote to move this based on He's been alive all night, so that's the appointments up. And they don't want to do everything up and they don't know all about this. President, Vice President. Okay, here go my prediction, y'all. They gonna move up the appointments and they gonna move up the resolutions and move the voting for president down.
Holding this special city council meeting to order for the
When it becomes special?
electing a city council president.
This ain't no special meeting, is it?
Roll call.
Yeah, Davina said it was special. This ain't no special meeting. Oh, Lord.
Priestley, present.
This ain't no special meeting.
Present. Burns, present.
Nobody gonna correct her? Don't they know this ain't no special meeting up there? What the hell is wrong with them?
That's why she heard their announcements. There's 7 members present. The last council meeting where the council took votes by rounds would have been December 16th. And at that meeting, we left off, the last round was round 454. And the last vote was cast by Ms. Lewis. So we're going to start today with round 455. Starting with Ms. Priestley, and again, when I call your name, you will just state the name of the councilperson that you.
They about to do about 10 rounds and vote everything and approve everything and break
So
quorum.
we'll start with Ms. Priestley.
Mushat, they changed the Mush.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Maloney.
Mashat.
Shit, think about it. They're gonna do 10 rounds of this.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 456. Ms. Winfrey Carter. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan sick, this ain't going nowhere.
Winfrey Carter. Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Maloney. Ms. Lewis. Mashat. Ms. Priestley. That's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 457. Ms. Burns. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Pfeiffer. Mr. Maloney. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter. Winfrey Carter. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 458.
Ain't none of them. I don't know why you saying that church shit. They gonna be saying save a seat for me. That's what they gonna say.
Mr. Maloney. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns. Winfrey Carter. 4 votes for Ms.
Trying to be big.
Wesley Carter.
All that time. Last time I had him, we got
Wesley Carter. Wesley Carter. Wesley Carter.
Councilman Shad.
Wesley Carter.
They gonna stop it probably. Well, what is they on forces? About 500, yeah. And move, cause Schultz still here. They gonna vote for this shit. They gonna move this to the end and leave.
1099, might as well use everything. 1096.
Ms. Burns, Mr. Carter.
Carter. Wesley Carter. Priestley. Wesley Carter. Wesley Carter. Burns. Wesley Carter. Wesley Carter. Carter. Wesley Carter. Wesley Carter. Wesley Carter. Wesley Carter.
We know this ain't going nowhere. Nowhere.
Wesley Carter.
Okay, they just gonna go to 500. They gonna go to 500. Wanna bet $5? You got $5? You got $1? You got 50? You got some? You ain't got no change? You wanna bet? Wanna play tough? Play tough?
Wesley Carter. Wesley Carter. Winfrey Carter.
I can't take this shit off.
Winfrey Carter.
It ain't over yet, Doc. They gonna stop at 500. I'm telling you, I can see the future. Sit down. Don't leave yet.
Around 491.
But they not wait till 500. I'm telling you, I can see the future. They ain't gonna stop. They ain't gonna do this shit. He ain't even talking, is he?
See, I told you, we may have that little ninja slushy machine out here to make a killing. $5 a drink. Come on, one more round, y'all can do it.
Madam Chair,
Here we go.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone this.
Told y'all 500 in the midday tomorrow. $2 straight, dollar box. Oh, I could just will it. Hey, told y'all.
Support.
500 in the midday tomorrow. Play that in the midday. Will it for $1.
President, Vice President, and other officers to the agenda. And this is the first program vote. We'll start with Mr. Almy. Ms. Lewis? Yes. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Told y'all. They
No.
quit at 5.
Burns?
No.
Ms. Shad?
Yes.
Vote for Ordinance.
Why they gonna keep going? For nothing. They just gonna keep going for nothing. But that's not moving Flint forward.
She come to do the work. She come to do the work, but she want to be stubborn.
Round 101.
Oh, hell no. That ain't wasn't in the plan. This 500, they supposed, they don't want to get the assignment. It's only supposed to be 500. They quit.
Girl, this skirt all my hair by night.
Mr. Almy? Ms. Lewis?
Shad.
Ms. Priestley?
Shad.
Mr. Burns? Burns? Mr. Shad? Three votes for Mr. Shad, 4 votes for, I'm sorry, 3 votes for Mr. Carter, 4 votes for Mr. Shad. Round 502. Mr. Almy? Ms. Lewis?
Shad.
Ms. Priestley?
Shad.
Ms. Winter Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms.
Huh?
It's gonna be 9 o'clock. Y'all gonna be here all night.
500 though, and mile in the middle.
Round 503.
I'm going to get my nails and crown law.
Ms. Lewis? Priestley? Carter? Wesley Carter? Burns?
Get some till you can. No.
Whiteburn? Sterling? Four votes for Mr. Jack, 3 votes for Mr. Carter. Round 504. Ms. Priestley? Wesley Carter? Ms. Burns? Michelle? Whiteburn? Mr. Allen? Lewis is not in. 3 votes for Mr. Jack, 3 votes for Mr. Carter.
Hey, did you see that below his house?
505.
Did you see it? Come back out and show it to you.
Councilman Carter? Wesley Carter?
I know you saw that below this house.
Yeah.
Ms. Burns? Mr. Carter?
I got it. A little slow, but I got it.
Vice Mayor? Mr. Allen? Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley? 3 votes for Mr. Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Michelle. Round 506. Ms. Burns?
We got 3 gonna say, no, we ain't going. The other 3 say, that's supposed to stay.
Mr. Whiteburn?
They said they can't break.
Mr. Allen?
You need to go ahead and tell them you don't mind, because I'm gonna give what you got.
Wesley Carter? 3 votes for Mr. Carter. 3 votes for Mr. Shedd. Round 507. Shedd.
You see that?
Whiteburn? Mr. Allen? Lewis is absent. Priestley? Sophie Carter? Wesley Carter? Ms. Burns? Wesley Carter? 3 votes for Mr. Shedd. 3 votes for Mr. Carter. Round 508. Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Allen? Lewis is absent. Ms. Priestley? Shedd. Mr. Carter? Wesley Carter? Ms. Burns? Wesley Carter? Ms. Shedd? 3 votes for Mrs. Carter, 3 votes for Mrs. Shedd. Round 509. Mr. Allen? Lewis is absent. Ms. Priestley? Ms. Shedd? Ms. Wesley Carter? Wesley Carter? Ms. Burns? Wesley Carter? Ms. Shedd? Round 510. Ms. Priestley?
Ms. Shaq?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes, Ms. Shaq.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Hall? 3 votes for Ms. Michelle. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 511. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Michelle. Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Allen. Ms. Priestley.
Ms. Shaq?
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. 2 votes for Ms. Michelle. Round 512. Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Michelle.
Yes, Ms. Shaq.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Allen. Ms. Priestley.
Ms. Shaq?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. 3 votes for Ms. Michelle. Round 513. Ms. Michelle.
Yes, Ms. Shaq.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Allen. Ms. Priestley.
Ms. Shaq?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Michelle. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 514. Mr. Pfeiffer.
What you doing?
Mr. Allen.
Is your baby?
Ms. Priestley.
Ms. Shaq?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns. Ms. Michelle.
Yes, Ms. Shaq.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. 3 votes for Ms. Michelle.
Blown up, nobody came out.
Somebody said they need to flip the coin. 15.
I don't know.
Mr. Allen.
She was going the other way.
Priestley.
Ms. Shaq?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns. Ms. Michelle.
Yes, Ms. Shaq.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Now, what she do?
3 votes for Ms. Michelle. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey
The
Carter.
first part of it, but you know.
Round 516. Ms. Priestley.
Ms. Shaq?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Michelle.
Yes, Ms. Shaq.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Allen. 3 votes for Ms. Michelle. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter.
What you cook today?
Round 517.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Oh, is she? Wow.
Michelle. Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Allen.
So she got,
Ms. Priestley.
she,
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. 3 votes for Ms. Michelle. Round 518. Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Michelle.
Yes, Ms. Shaq.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Allen.
what is that now?
Ms.
Winfrey Carter. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. 3 votes for Ms. Michelle. Round 519. Ms. Michelle. Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Allen. Ms. Priestley.
Michelle.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns. 3 votes for Ms. Michelle, 3 votes for Ms. Carter. Round 520. Mr. Pfeiffer. Sir Alden. Ms. Priestley. Winfrey Carter. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Michelle. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Michelle. Round 521. Mr. Allen. Ms. Priestley.
In the morning.
Winfrey Carter. Winfrey Carter.
I'm not staying here till 2 o'clock in the morning. Crazy.
Ms. Michelle. Mr. Pfeiffer. 3 votes for Ms. Michelle, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 522. Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns. Winfrey Carter.
It's gonna be there.
Michelle. Pfeiffer.
You'll get Adele going to make her a sandwich.
No, you ain't seen that, but I'm just how behind her.
3 votes for Ms. Michelle, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Where you going
Round
to?
523.
Where you going to?
Winfrey Carter. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns. Winfrey Carter.
Trisha?
Ms. Michelle.
Who?
Pfeiffer. Mr. Alden.
Oh, you know, what was in the mouth too?
Ms. Priestley.
Probably open the mouth too.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Michelle.
What time did we start?
Round 524.
When did we start?
Ms. Burns. Winfrey Carter.
I'm asking you, what time
Ms.
we start?
Michelle.
Yes, Michelle.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Okay. I'm good, I'll go.
Mr. Alden. Ms. Priestley.
No, you don't. Just
Ms.
tell me to
Winfrey
go
Carter.
ahead.
Winfrey Carter. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes
Shit, I
for
can't go,
Ms.
I can't go, I can't go. Can't go,
Round
guys.
525.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ms. Michelle.
Yes, Michelle.
Let me call him. Let me call him and see if
Mr. Pfeiffer.
he's staying.
Mr. Alden. Ms. Priestley. Winfrey Carter. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns. Winfrey Carter. 2 votes for Ms. Michelle, 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 526. Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Alden.
You don't hear him say shit.
Priestley.
That's what he said. Shit.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Michelle.
Yes, Michelle.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Michelle.
Madam Chair, Clerk,
Yes, Ms. Priestley.
I'm making the same motion again. I would like to postpone this until the end of the meeting.
Did she say
so
same
that we
motion?
should get the city business.
Did she say that much shit?
No, the same motion again. That's what she said. That's
Motion
what she
made
said.
by Ms. Priestley, supported by Mr. Almy, to postpone the organization of the council. Vote for president, vice president of the committees. End of agenda.
Can you make the same motion once it's already made?
You should know. You on the council. Damn.
This, for this purpose, yes.
Didn't they pass the rules and they don't know?
Agenda item. Lewis is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Piper? Mr. Almy? The vote is 2 yes, 4 no. Motion fails.
They can't leave, but guess who can? 18. We got a podcast.
Action grounds with number 527. And we will start with Mr. Almy.
Please.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes, Mashat.
Mr. Piper? That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey
If
Carter.
they will do it, 2 people, just give up.
Round 528.
It's 7 of probably because it's 7 of beds.
Ms. Priestley?
Shannon.
The nurses station, because it's number each bed.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes, Mashat.
Mr. Piper?
Could you?
Mr. Almy?
Could you have my husband here sleeping to call me?
3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 529. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They got 6 people.
Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Piper? Mr. Almy? Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 530. Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Piper? Mr. Almy? Ms. Lewis? Ms. Nine, I'm sorry. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 531. Ms. Mashat?
Yes, Mashat.
Mr. Piper? Mr. Almy? Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Know when to hold 'em. Know when to fold 'em.
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for
When
Ms.
no,
Mashat, 3 votes
you
for Ms.
better hold
Carter, 2
when.
votes. Round 532. Mr. Piper?
I can't see no comments. I don't know how to put none.
Mr. Almy? Ms. Priestley?
That's the storage charge I received.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Even RL sleep. See, they want us to leave. So they can pass every damn day. That's what it is. Make the car South America, Thailand, China, somewhere. Somewhere. Bad luck. Like I said, I'm just looking for something for the 18th.
Priestley? Winfrey Carter? Burns? Winfrey Carter? Michelle?
Yes, Michelle.
Piper?
Winfrey Carter.
Judy Smith.
3 votes for Ms. Michelle, 3 votes for Ms. Burns.
She just woke up.
Now, 535. Winfrey Carter?
Judy Smith.
Winfrey Carter?
She sleep. Jaden Brooks.
Michelle? Mr. Piper?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Allen? Priestley?
Michelle.
Huh? She might fix her a sandwich.
And they gonna bring her back. One of them can leave off.
They take it turns.
Take her.
Recess.
And 36. Burns? Winfrey Carter? Michelle?
Yes, Michelle.
Mr. Piper?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Allen? Priestley?
And Miss Michelle.
Winfrey Carter?
Turn the mic back on. You ain't gotta do that. You ain't gotta do that. I'm charging the mic right now. The mic. The mic. Charging the mic up.
Michelle.
Winfrey Carter? Winfrey Carter? Ms. Burns? Winfrey Carter? 3 votes for Ms. Michelle, 3 votes for Ms. Burns. Mr. Piper?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Allen? Priestley?
And Miss Michelle.
Winfrey Carter? Ms. Burns? Winfrey Carter? Ms. Michelle?
Yes, Michelle.
3 votes for Ms. Carter, 2 votes for Ms. Michelle. Now 539. Mr. Allen? Priestley?
And Miss Michelle.
Winfrey Carter? Winfrey Carter? Ms. Burns? Winfrey Carter? Ms. Michelle?
Yes, Michelle.
Mr. Piper?
Winfrey Carter.
Now, 540.
Unbelievable.
He gotta go home. He gotta go home for 10 o'clock, cause he gotta cut in the back of his That's what Tia say. He can't stay out late.
Winfrey Carter. Winfrey Carter.
Being
I'm gonna give me bologna
I'm gonna grab me something to eat too. I'm finna leave. I'm finna leave. I gotta grab me something to eat. I'm finna go grab me. Get me a cold dog and a fry and go home. This is super crazy, bro. Yeah, that was crazy. That was all it was.
They do what they have
See, we shouldn't even say anything about them being friends, because now they gotta prove that they ain't friends. They gonna do this shit all night long.
You got 3 minutes. You sit here. I'm going home. I know everybody gonna pass. I can watch it on the city channel.
Winfrey Carter.
That's what you do, Scoop. You stay out here and fight this out.
Winfrey Carter.
Guess I'm gonna have to wait it out. Candace look like she packing about to go.
Everybody else gone.
Winfrey Carter. Winfrey Carter.
Don't look like Dalton, that's for sure. And my police officers, they're not worried about us tonight. We're not causing no disruption. Oh, he gotta get up and do his job, so he's on camera. Let me go. Here you go. Oh, shit.
That was the what you just did.
Winfrey Carter.
What the people got to say? Nobody here? Yeah, he didn't. All he did was leave.
Ain't nobody trying to see. They trying to see Shit, I don't see.
She up there, she taking notes for her podcast on Saturday, you know. And you know that's the first thing you say. They make roll call, right? So they gotta prove each other wrong.
Burns. Jerry Small, Ludwig Howard.
That shit ain't funny, man.
Michelle.
Yes, Michelle.
Mr. Frankfurt.
Piper even died.
Mr. Alvin.
My dad.
Ms. Priestley.
Got a big ass
Chad.
forehead.
Ms. Murphy Carter.
Wesley Carter.
Three votes for Ms. Murphy Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Michelle. 549.
Okay. RJK.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Alvin. Ms. Priestley. Michelle. Ms. Murphy Carter.
Wesley Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Wesley Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Michelle, 3 votes for Ms. Murphy Carter. Round 550. Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Alvin. Ms. Priestley. Michelle. Wesley Carter.
Wesley Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Wesley Carter.
She did that hair.
Ms. Michelle.
Yes, Michelle.
3 votes for Ms. Murphy Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Michelle. Round 561. Mr. Alvin. Ms. Lewis. Michelle. Priestley. Michelle. Ms. Murphy Carter.
Wesley Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Wesley Carter.
Ms. Michelle.
Yes, Michelle.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Oh, shit.
4 votes for Ms. Michelle. 3 votes for Ms. Murphy Carter. Round 582.
That's what I say though. You gonna make a
Ms.
motion
Lewis.
again.
Michelle.
1, 2, 3.
They ain't breaking no corn.
They gonna break quorum, but they gonna stop this.
Ms. Priestley.
Michelle.
I doubt it.
Murphy Carter.
Wesley Carter.
The new mop for today.
Burns.
Wesley Carter.
Ms. Michelle.
Yes, Michelle.
You got some mop on this red. Ponytail, she got
Mr. Alvin.
straight. That looks like one of them teen wigs.
Round 553. Ms. Priestley.
Michelle.
They ain't breaking corn.
Wesley Carter.
Look at me up here.
Burns.
Wesley Carter.
Michelle.
Yes, Michelle.
Pfeiffer. Mr. Alvin. Lewis.
Michelle.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him about 5, 10 more minutes here. Yeah, I'm about to go. I can't. This ain't going
Where you
nowhere.
park it?
In the front?
Going like this.
Yeah.
Pfeiffer. Mr. Alvin. Lewis. Priestley.
Michelle.
Ms. Mashat. Priestley.
Mashat.
With regard.
Hey, man, let's see. But this the only one that came really, so this the only one that came with on like in trouble. Third one that came.
With regard. With regard. Priestley. With regard. With regard.
We trying to hold on, Jason Parker.
With regard.
I done got weak up here. This meeting might go to damn near 4 in the morning. They're not picking no president. If it was the goal to see if somebody gonna fold, I am. You see this? Shit. We're gonna be late in the morning. I got an appointment at 9. So the bump gonna be on a little late tomorrow, family. Yeah, we're gonna be on late tomorrow.
Yep, we will be on late tomorrow. We gotta find out when the press conference is tomorrow, because tomorrow they're gonna announce the third ward ambassador.
Yeah, gotta go get my ankle checked out in the morning. How you gonna be on time? I gotta be at the doctor. I gotta go see the ankle specialist. Yeah.
What's that?
I gotta be up. See if I'm family. I got to see if I gotta have ankle surgery. I'm gonna be out for a minute. No, I just probably ain't gonna be down here 'cause I'm gonna be on crutches.
They got new sidewalks outside.
I ain't coming with all the beef I got. I ain't coming back until I can fully walk on both of them. I know, but I ain't gonna give them opportunity. They see me on one wheel. Mm-hmm. And is RJ Cat. My ankle been giving me hell for the last 6 months.
What's that?
Now this is just getting besides itself now. They know my shit. I don't even know how they can pass anything when the administration out here.
The administration left, they left at 8:30, they said game coming up.
Well, they said on January 13th, the city announced the selection of 3 third ward ambassadors.
They say the roads is bad too. Yeah, they say the roads is bad.
See, to after the city business is done, she added a little bit on there this time. Postponed to after the city business.
No. City business.
The chat crazy. They just crazy in the chat. They said they bringing the 70s here do that.
Like the honey months.
Super producer said she thought she was watching Good Times.
Yes.
We got a long up there.
Yes.
Did the motion fail again? I ain't doing it. I'm gonna tell them they won. If they want to say I'm gone, y'all win. Shit. What at 566? Judy about ready to fall out.
Judy on the floor, and the deal gonna mop her up. With that wig.
Winters do. I gotta go out there and start mine up. I got 4-wheel drive.
You got that right.
Jerry Simone, Winfrey Carter.
It's cold as Satan outside. I'm gonna put my little.
Cold coming in.
Heck yeah, that's what I got on the thermal up under here, and I got this on, and I got my North Face. Shit. I got on thermal today. I said it'd be a cold day, and heck, I'll be out here.
Lord Jesus.
This motherfucker retired.
Her boy be blowing
We're on our way to blowing Black History Month again this year.
Yeah, we finna blow Black History Month. Yeah, only in Flint.
We on our way, Vicky. I'm sorry.
Man, I'm telling you, I'm over here yawning, like ready to cry. No, we ain't bring no snacks, Tony. I'm gonna tell you, I gotta go grab something to eat on everything.
Me hungry.
Yeah, what's open?
Shit, nothing open now.
I ain't doing no taco, but I just go home and just go to bed. I'm fasting anyway. Fuck it.
Shit, I ain't going to go to bed. I'm going to get some food.
Where you going to?
I don't know.
I can't just eat no any food.
Everything closed in 30 minutes. You got to know.
Yeah, they done broke me.
You would be good.
They get cooked fucking pork. I might have to go grab me some Chinese food. So shit. I hope they is.
They close at 9.
Right now, I ain't eating. With the Pacific Fast, I don't eat at the, really, I don't eat at the 8 o'clock. Really been 7.
Shit, your motherfucking ass ain't gonna eat this.
I'm finna give me something to eat today.
They close at this
Trying to check it on YouTube studio.
How big the moose is eating up there, shit. She done bought us snacks.
I'm going. She probably tapped into the city website. That's what I'm finna go grab me some conies, but I don't eat no pork, so I get me conies without the dogs. Just had a coney meat in the bread. I'm hearing some cough and some hacking. That's how I got sick last time and was jammed up there all last week. Oh, that's what's up. Damn, you got 2 left over there. Nell said she got some conies.
She got some what?
Coney dogs. She said her husband don't eat pork, nigga. I need 2 of them. Man, I'm trying to get some food. Can I get 2 conies and a fry? Oh, ain't this some shit? They gone. Ain't that some shit? all the food gone. I'm straight. I wasn't hungry anyway. I'm just gonna go to bed. That's how I do. Just go to sleep and be damn dog tired at the gym in the morning working out. Shit, but now you know we hungry too now. Whenever you ready, Miss Bitch. We out. Shit, I can't. I'm hungry.
You got your $20 over there?
She said they all gone.
But who was up?
That's what I'm saying. I'm hungry as a motherfucker too.
Joe, where the other three at?
Unbelievable. She ain't saying nothing for us. I'm hungry
But
too.
it got 8 in a pack.
Sure do. 8 in
Big
the pack.
hot dog come 8 in a
8 in the pack. The way you eating, I'm over here about there and about to go crazy. I want to go up there and snatch that shit. I'm hungry. I can't keep watching them eat.
Where he? Cause what they call say he moved out of town.
They need people like me.
Somebody already told me he moving out in 2 months. He said, hell, who gonna pay the bills?
Oh yeah, let them stay there. Shit, she right.
Let him stay
Yeah,
there.
let them stay. I ain't signed my deal yet. Shit, I'm telling you.
I gotta go find this one. They bullshit. I'm gonna give my motherfucking business until we get
I can't. I'm on. No, is Little Caesars off?
I don't eat that.
I gotta eat some.
I don't eat Little Caesars.
Yeah, what was it? I can't eat that.
I don't want that. Okay, we finna walk out of here.
Hey family, y'all gotta go to the city chat. I know y'all mad at me, but I'm sorry. We gotta get out of here.